And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of the HSL, the Hispanic StarCraft League Group G. I'm of course your side VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to some more HSL. Again, this is the Hispanic StarCraft League. This did begin at the start of the month, at the start of March, and we've been slowly working through the group stage, working through all the groups up until Group G. We are almost done. We've almost wrapped up with the group stage. For those that are curious, for those that are just now tuning in, this is a league for the Hispanic region, basically for the countries of Latin America and for Spain as well. So Spanish-speaking countries are all getting involved. It's amazing. It's beautiful, and it has brought together some players that otherwise did retire for some time. Vortex has been gone for many years. Vortex is back. Juanito Special also back, Cham as well, and many others that we're going to be featuring here tonight as well. So it's great to see a tournament that has kind of revitalized the scene, kind of brought back some players, and is also crowdfunded by the community as well, by the Hispanic community. They have kind of crowdfunded together. They reached all their goals. Big prize pool here for the HSL, and most likely a second season in the coming future. In the future here, most likely another season. When it comes to today's group though, again, we've been wrapping up all the groups. I do recommend checking out the VODs of previous HSL groups, but here we're jumping into Group G. Let's head on over and catch up on the players in said group. Let's go. Let us go as we do switch things over, and here we go. We are going to be covering Tavito, papita. Tavito, a player near and dear to our hearts, you know, a very long time friend and supporter of the channel. Tavito is going to be popping off here against his fellow competitors. We have Mike Savage, we have Eva, also from Peru. We have some Peruanos in the group. We have a Hunter from Spain, and we have CristoDorado, also the Italian Zerg player living in Spain. So it looks like similarly to, say, Ryu, for example, who is Peruvian living in Italy, we have an Italian living in Spain here as well. Oh, I actually have to fix up the flag a little bit here. Hold on, where is he? Man, beautiful. So we have some ZVTs, we have some ZVPs as well. As a reminder, this is a round robin group. We won't be casting every single match in the group. As you can imagine, there are a bunch of ZVZs that we are missing out on, with Mike Savage versus Eva, Eva versus CristoDorado, and CristoDorado versus Mike Savage as well. So we're skipping out on the mirror matchups, but all the other matches we are going to be covering here as well. Now there is still one other group remaining here. Group F, I believe, Group F, and I don't think we casted Group E either, but there are definitely some groups that we haven't covered yet, but a big reason for that is because they're still playing out their matches. Basically, the way the group stage works here is that players, they do organize their matches amongst themselves. They play out their matches and submit their matches for us to be casted at a later date. So we've been slowly accumulating all these replays over the course of the month. They do have until the end of the month to wrap up their groups. That's in a couple of days. So that we're almost done, we're almost wrapped up. So they have a couple of days here to wrap up the group stage, and we are going to be casting and catching up on those groups. There might be some missed series in those groups that I mentioned. Next week we'll be doing like a catch-up kind of wrap-up stream with whatever's left over from the other groups to catch up on everything that's been going on, and of course to get ready for the playoffs. The playoffs are going to be casted live. They're going to be casted live on this channel. We'll be casting in English, of course. That is going to be happening in early April. So early April is going to be the playoffs. Exciting times here. Exciting times for those playoffs. But for now, we're jumping into the group stage, and we have our first series here. It's going to be Tavito versus Mike Savage. Let's go. Let us go. Coming into this, Tavo is going to be the, I would say, the higher seed, or yeah, the highest seed coming into the group itself, but we'll see how the others do compare. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our pink Zerg player. We have our pink Zerg player himself representing insane master killers. It is Mike Savage. It's a team I haven't seen in a long time. And spawning in the top right corner, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the blue Terran representing Xeratis Ignite. Oh, sorry, Xeratis Esports even. It is Tavo. Este Tavito. Let's go. And we have our TVZ ahead of us here. Again, Mike Savage is a player that I've seen before, but haven't really gone to cast much of. So I'm really curious to see how they do compare here coming into the group stage. Players like Mike Savage, players like Eva, players like CristoDorado as well, and players like Hunter. Some of the Spanish players I'm very unfamiliar with. Likewise, Tavo is one of those competitors that did go on a hiatus. One of the many players that did kind of take a break from the scene. Tavo, he stopped. He was like almost not full time, but he was dedicating a lot of time to StarCraft back in 2020, 2021, 2022. Coming into 2023 onwards, did take a step back, like a lot of players did. Again, the Latin American region did shrink quite a bit. Part of that is because they lost their regionals. For those that are unaware, in EPT, oh god, I have to get rid of the turtle. God damn it. But in EPT, in the ESL Pro Tour, Latin America used to be separate from the Americas, but I think starting in 2024, maybe 2023, but at least in 2024, the regions were merged. A lot of regions were merged, actually, if you recall. China was also separate, but China was kind of merged into the rest of Asia and Oceania. And likewise, Latin America was merged with the Americas proper as well. So in that merging meant that there were less opportunities for the Latin American players, and a lot of them did step away. A lot of them did, in a sense, like quote-unquote retire, or just dedicated less time to StarCraft. Tavito was one of them, but that's why for HSL, it's great to have him back. It's great to have him back here after so long. Big fan of Tavito. Not just Tavo, but Neo as well, of course, Juanito, and many others. So yeah, it's great to see them given a reason to compete once again. And to see their return. Meanwhile, 2x Reaper here out of Tavo. Hyper aggression out of our Terran player, does move out, does dance here with the links of his opponents. And what is the goal of 2x Reaper? This is not an all-in, we're expanding behind this, but the goal is to delay and deny the third. Meanwhile, Mike Savage, he's aware. He's aware of the opener, he's aware of the build, so Mike Savage, he's stuck and contained on 2 bases. Link speed is on the way, pulls out of gas, is massing up links as we speak, and will eventually expand. As he attempts to expand, we do see Tavo keeping up with the rotation, keeping up with the drone. Ooh, and won't be able to, like, honestly, could try to fight this and could try to focus on the hatchery, but for now, does dip away and is successful anyway. Even though he doesn't keep going for the expansion, he did delay. This is a late third base for Mike Savage. Likewise, he forced out excess links out of Mike Savage as well. And the Reapers, they do dip in. Once again, they dip out, and no single Reaper has gone down yet. And back at home is transitioning into his 2-1-1. That is the standard transition from this. There are different forms you can go into. You can go 2 racks into a 4 racks follow-up, into a 2 base all-in, into a 3-1-1, into a 3CC 2-1-1, or just a straight up 2-1-1, which is what we're getting here. If you're curious, what is a 2-1-1? It's 2 axes, 1 factory, 1 starport. So that's the reference of what 2-1-1 is. And this is typically a stim timing. So stim is on the way, as you can see, and this should hit alongside medevacs. This factory is making the reactor, starport's on the way. We should be seeing an add-on swap to get the reactor on the medevac, the reactor on the starport to make 2 medevacs at a time to move out with 16 Marines. Now, usually it's 16 Marines, but with a 2-rack Reaper opener, I think it might be 14, so maybe slightly less. Regardless, we should be getting into this. Oh, never mind. No add-on swap. Oh my god, okay. Now, why don't we have an add-on swap? No add-on swap means a medevac is being made 1 at a time. We're actually going into delayed Hellion production, and now it all comes together with the armory. What does the armory mean? Hellbats. With the armory, that is a prerequisite. You have to build that first, then you can morph Hellions into Hellbats. So this looks like a 2-base, 2-on-1. I almost want to say Hellbat all-in. This is really dedicated. I will say that at least. It's very, very dedicated. This is designed to deal damage and designed to end the game as well, or at least deal some critical damage. So we'll see what this can get done. Now, the reason why I say critical damage is because if this doesn't trade well enough, there's no third CC. Like, the third CC is delayed in favor of this push, in favor of the armory, in favor of this army. So very late expansion here. This has to get damage done to make it worth it. And here we go. And of course, this may just end the game. Here we go. Now we get the third CC on the way, but again, late third base here out of Tavito. And now it's go time. Now it is go time. Tavo does move out. Back at home, we have a good amount of queens. We got 8 queens here to defend, soon to be 9. The queen kind of sold. What about the lings though? What about the supports? Queens on their own are not going to be good enough. And here we go, Tavo. He's going for the dive, going for the army. He wants his queens. There should be transfuse. There we go, transfuse. Let's keep the queens alive. It does head towards the mineral lines. One queen does go down. Oh, he gets one. Ooh, does quite get the other. One queen so far is a good start. Going for the expansion, go for the drones. No, the drones! Yeah, the drones, there's no escaping this. The workers are going to be going down. Lings, they try to engage. Once again, they're pushing into Hellbats of all things. And Tavo, he trades very well here. Trades well. He might be cleaned up towards the end, getting another queen. Yeah, Lings will shut down the Pyre. Forced to pick up, forced to evacuate, but I'm afraid to look at the unit's lost type here. Bam! What did we get? So for the Bio Army, 16 Marines. That is an entire mineral line worth of workers. 16 Marines went down. I mean, that would have been all the workers here, basically. So 16 Marines, 21 Lings, 2 Overlords, and 4 Queens. Half the Queen count gets reset, and he's not done. He should be there. And earlier we were saying how he has to get damage, he has to trade well. He did. He did incredibly well. Killed the mineral line, 4 queens, 21 lings, and he even escapes with the medevac. Medevac does survive. He can still poke around, denying creep. Behind this, third base cannot be taken, and we have Tavo setting up with his next wave, this time with combat shields. Combat shields, 1-1, tank production, more fire. He's getting ready for that second round. Look at the turtle. Let's get curious. We casted our Tenacious Turtle Tussle yesterday, 24 hours ago. So we'll have to remove that logo from in-game. I'll get on that for next game. Meanwhile, Infestation bit here out of Mike Savage. From our Zerg player, it's going to be up to Mike Savage to recover. He is droning quite heavily. Unfortunately, supply blocked. From here, taking up what looks to be into Hive. This looks like Ling Bane into Ultra. Typically, we wouldn't get an Infestation bit without the Hydroden unless we're going straight for Hive and straight for Ultras. If this was for any other form of tech, we'd see a Hydroden into Lurkers, for example, or a Spire, for example. So this should be for Lunkers, assuming we go straight for the Hive, which can work well. Ling Bane into Ultras, it is definitely a viable way to play this out and a viable composition, but it needs time, and Tavo, he's already here. He's already here, he's going to be stimming in. Threatening the army of Mike Savage. Do you see him trying to engage here with his Ling Bane? Trying to. Setting up, massing up more of an army. Tavo trying to gain ground. Creep is receding. Tanks getting within range. Thankfully, there is Baneling speed. There should be enough Ling Bane to potentially engage, but the base is going to go down. Yeah, the hatchery, it's going to fall. There's no saving this. Drone's going to be falling as well. Mike Savage, he does commit. Does dive in. Banelings, they roll forward. Oh, and they don't quite connect, so they clean up all the tanks at least. Oh no, the tank! Oh no, the tank does barely survive. Yeah, Mike Savage, he pulls away too soon. He pulls out too soon. Lings are gonna get shut down here in the main, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Tavo, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken a Mike Savage. Lings on their own cannot break this. We have no Banelings either. The army is a little bit stimmed, but honestly, he can just stand and fight. He can just stim and win. He can stim, he can win. Takes out another queen. 2 queens left. That's a 1. That's a none. GG gets called, and Tavo will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Tavo. He will take a lead in the series. Again, Mike Savage, he was holding his own for a time, but unfortunately he did not scout the Hellbat push, did not scout the Hellbat variation of 2-1-1. Despite having a high queen count, he was not able to protect his base or save his workers. I think that was the biggest problem there. If he were able, even if he had lost the same amount of queens and a similar amount of lings, if he had saved his base and his mineral line, he would have been okay, but he lost 16 drones. 16 drones, that is game-ending damage. That's game-ending damage at this level of play, so that was just a little bit too much. With that, tavo does take a lead, and now we are getting into game number 2. Coming into game 2. Is a very old build. If you're referring to the Hellbat variation of 211, I mean, it's an old build in the sense that it's been around for a while, but the 2 ranks Reaper into a Hellbat push is relatively new, relatively modern. When I say it's relatively modern, like a year ago, like I would say, because again, if you recall, kind of 2023 coming into 2024 is when Björn did popularize 211 Reaper openers quite heavily throughout almost the entire year. And of course, players have since adopted it since then. I might be getting my years mixed up. I'm pretty sure it was 2024, if not 2023. These 2 years are blending together in my mind, not gonna lie. I know. I think it was 2023 because, right, it was November of 2022 at DreamHack Atlanta when Maru and Björn, they started it. It was either DreamHack Atlanta 2022 or DreamHack Atlanta 2023. It was one of those two Atlantas is when they started it. But regardless, let us jump in. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our Peruvian Zerg player, the Pink Zerg, representing Insane Master Killers. It is Mike Savage. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player, the purple Terran representing Exertus Ignite, or Exertus Esports. It is Tavo. Let's go, Tavito. That's where we are going to be settling in. But yeah, like thinking about it, I'll be honest, I have to double check, but in my mind, God, I forgot to get rid of the turtle. But in my mind, 2023 and 2024 blend together a little bit just because of the season bled into the other. If you recall, like the 2023 season continued into 2024 into eventually EWC instead of I Am Katowice being the end of year finals. So it all kind of blends together a little bit in my memory. So I do apologize for that. But I want to say that it was DreamHack 2022 now that I think about it. Retrospectively, maybe. One of the two. Anyway. Relatively recent. Meanwhile, this time it's going to be Mike Savage's turn to be the aggressor here. What's he going for? He's going for Roachhorn. Hidden Roachhorn here behind the mineral line. He's going to be staying on 2 bases. Back at home, it's going to be a more standard opener here out of Tavito, going for a 1-1. This time, no 2-rank Reaper. So a much more standard build here by Tavo, but now the pressure is on the Terran to scout and confirm what's going on. He has yet to dive in. He should be checking for third base locations. Once he realizes there is no third, he needs to go into the main base to figure out what's going on. As you can see here, no link speed. The gas is being preserved for roach production. Roachhorn is done, and roaches will soon be on the way. Back at home, third CC before Starport. Economic build here by Tavo. There we go, Starport now on the way. Oh, as he does dip in. And dips into the main base, but alas, is denied the scouts. Roaches are going to be amassing. Here we go. Roaches on the way. Tavo, he sees nothing. He does see there's no expansion. He might be overconfident and be like, oh, you know, like maybe because of how well he performed last game, like, oh, there we go, he confirms how well he performed last game, that maybe his opponent would be maybe playing a little bit scared, but no, it's anything but. Roaches are spotted and racing back home. Bunkers are on the way. You can see here Tavo, he's ready to just evacuate his natural, to just give up on the expansion. 2 bunkers being thrown down on the high ground. We have Hellion production, more Hellions on the way, Banshee on the way behind this as well. Third CC is done, and Tavo, he does pre-pull the boys. He evacuates the natural. So far, very nice response. The CC might even be forced to be lifted. Roaches are trying to make their way to the main. Bunkers are done, and Tavo holds. Tavo does hold. Now, this is still getting damage done in the sense that the mining time is being denied, right? There is no mining time here or no mining whatsoever at the natural, so Tavo, he's contained to a 1 base economy, but because of that third TC, he's going to have triple mules, he's going to be able to make 3 SCVs at a time. Economically, he can recover quite quickly once he retakes his natural. And he will now do so. Banshee has arrived, and these roaches, they need to race back home. Oh, he's gonna stick around. He tries to. From here, back at home, we have a very fast Lair. Lair's on the way. Link speed. Third base now being taken. It's a late third base for Mike Savage. He's getting there. And looks like he's trying to transition into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Attempting to. Meanwhile, Tavo, he retakes his natural. Again, didn't lose any SCVs in the defense. His economy is looking solid, getting to his 3-1-1 follow-up, salvaging those bunkers, and taking his own third base momentarily. He will get there. From this point forward, I would say that Mike Savage has to drone as hard as possible. I know that he's teching, like he throws down the Lair, Baling Nest, double Evo Chamber, double upgrades, but right now it's all about droning, all about resaturating. It is risky just because, I mean, I say risky. Really, he knows that it's going to be Hellion Banshee as the follow-up, so we just need safety spores, safety queens, roaches are going to be enough, and just droning, just pure droning. 4th expansion, there we go, 4th base is on the way. Mike Savage trying to catch up, as he's still down in the worker count, which is terrifying. We have 47 SCVs already here for Tavo. Again, you can see the power of that third TC and making three workers at a time. Tavo is still looking solid and still ahead. It's not just about the workers, it's about the mules as well. So economically, Tavo is still in a better position. Mike Savage just wasn't able to drone as much or as hard. And again, he is trying to set up. Okay, now there's rocks. Now he should be cutting workers at around 60, at around 3 base saturation, and then focusing on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Otherwise, he may just topple over to the push. Now the push is still a ways away. We're still waiting for a 1-1 upgrade, still waiting for combat shields, so Mike Savage still has time to drone. Ideally would have some units in the main attack paths. There we go, Overlords are moving into position to get a read on the move out. We're loading into Whispers of Gold. The rush distance by ground on this map is very short rush distance by ground. I mean, on the one hand, that's why he did, I'm pretty sure, did open up roaches. At the same time, it also means that this eventual move out is going to hit very quickly once it does move out. Banshees have arrived. They pick off a single drone so far. They do get eyes on the 5th expansion. And Mike Savage, he has drone up to 67. At this point, I feel like we have to mass up Lingbane Roach Ravager. Just focus on army production, because that push, it's coming soon. Maxes are finishing up. You have a second factory on the way. Gas is being taken, so it's not gonna be a 3-base all in. Tavo will be expanding and getting a 4th CC momentarily. Meanwhile, it does hit the mineral line. Thankfully, Mike Savage does pull away his drones. Only losing 3. Your workers go down. Tavo rotating. Ooh, and Mike Savage is making another wave of drones. This is greedy. This is greedy here from Mike Savage, but it looks like he's droning up to, droning up to 86. I mean, this, if he can get away with it, it's going to be solid, but again, the army is lacking. Look at the army supply right now, 39. Like, he barely has a standing. This is the army, a handful of roaches, a handful of banelings. He has 8 roaches, 0 lings, and 2 banelings. So there we go, 16 lings just now popping out, but the army here is very much so lacking. This has been very greedy from Mike Savage. I mean, if he gets away with it, that's fine, but Tavo, he's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out, and if you're looking at this, and if you're wondering, like, what happened here, what's going on, Mike Savage has been, I would say, over-droning. He has, in a sense, over-droned, been a little bit too greedy. He did delay his army production by a lot, focusing on just his economy. And here comes tavo. He's pushing forward. Does push in. Oh my god. Doesn't pull away. Bailings, they get some decent connections. But the tanks do siege, and despite the decent connections, I mean, there's just not much here. There's not much here. Bailings, they fall back. Roaches, they get annihilated. Base is going to go down. And from here, Tavito, he sims on 40, takes down the expansion, takes down the Bailings as well. This time, nice target firing. Queens, there's no escape. GG gets called, and Tavo will take game number 2 and the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played at Tavo. He will take the second game. Again, Mike Savage just a little bit too greedy towards the end there. He droned up to 86, an insane drone count, especially on Whispers of Gold. And because of that, he barely had an army. He barely had a standing army. He had a handful of roaches, handful of lings, handful of bailings. Not enough there to hold on to defend. Not enough. GG, well played. And that leads us into game 3. Now, if you're curious, game 3, wait, what's going on? These are best of 3s, but all 3 games are played. Regardless of scores, all 3 games are played out. So in the end, Tavo, he will win this series, but we still have another game here, so Mike Savage can still put a point on the board. That is going to be important when it comes to the overall standings in the group stage, in the round robin group. So there is still value there. And so jumping into that third game, before I forget though, I will get rid of the turtle. La tortuga. I got you. Catching up with the chat. Grande Mike. Dando pelea. Pero que lance el GG nomás. Este Maxim. Calm down. Here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have our pink Zerg player, the Peruvian Zerg, representing Team Insane Master Killers, down in the series, but still has an opportunity here to put a point on the board. It is Mike Savage. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player, the purple Terran representing Xeratus Esports. It is tavo. We go. So we are going to be setting up by going a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player, and welcome one and all to King's Cove. King's Cove being one of the larger maps in the ladder map pool. Last game we did see Mike Savage going for a roach rush. That makes sense on a smaller map like Whispers of Gold. We should not see that here on King's Cove. The map itself is working against you if you want to be aggressive in the early game, so most likely standard openers into a standard setup. Hatch gas pool. Now I say standard setup because the map is so large. It does mean that you can try to get with something. You can get away with something like mutaplay, for example, like Spire into mutas, or even some kind of quirky tech, and even try to go Lingbane into Ultra. If you remember, it did look like Mike Savage was trying to tech up into Hive in game 1. He just stumbled his way there just because the initial Hellbat push and the 2-on-1, so he was crippled before he could really get that going. But on a larger map, I can see that working. 100%. 100%. Here we go. For now, do you have Tavito setting up, going for his natural, going for his Rax Expand. Just settling in, joining up for now. Again, there shouldn't really be too much aggression here in the early game, especially on this larger map. Here we go. Likewise, Tavo going for his own, I would imagine, third CC before starport. So before things really ramp up, we can calm down, we can focus on our economies. I do want to say that this will be the best opportunity for Mike Savage to get into this game. Both game 1 and game 2, the early aggression, the early move-outs have been really hurting Mike Savage. But here coming into game 3, he should have more freedom. And there it is, third TC has been thrown down before starport. Economic build by Tavo. Yes, there is a Reaper that's kind of hindering Mike Savage, and he's dipping into the bases, but for the most part, Mike should be able to keep up. His Reaper so far has 2 link kills. So far, just 2 lings. Here comes our starport. From here, we can settle it. Are we going for the no shot? We're going for the linear third base. I'll be honest, I've never seen a player take this expansion as the third. This is very risky. Now, I understand the logic in a sense. This base is being taken because the Reaper is zoning at the triangular third location. So it looks like Mike Savage, he was kind of fed up and he just didn't want to deal with the Reaper. But the downside here is just how isolated this base is. The area between the natural and the third is very long, very open. Likewise, it does mean that there's a lot more openings to attack and to punish this expansion, whether it's coming in from the left, coming in from the south, coming in from the center as well. We have these side blockers that are going to be working against the Zerg player when it comes to defending. So this is crazy. As opposed to the triangular third base, which is a lot more defendable. It's a lot more defendable. I've even seen players take the low ground base as a third as well, just to spread creep across the map and to maintain this center position. But expanding on the left hand side is crazy and very risky, and I'm worried it's going to be punished. Tavo, he scouts, he checks the third, pokes in. Now, the plus side here is that Tavo, you can see he's checking the regular third locations. He's confirming there's no expansion. He might believe this is a 2-base all-in, as he has not seen the third. Meanwhile, back at home, third TC, into his 1-1-1, into Stim, extra Raxes, Hellions are amassing, they're moving out, and it's going to be on Davito to figure out what's going on and figure out what's happening. Once again, does check the third, confirms there's no expansion, gets behind the queens. Oh, it does get behind. Nice heli volleys on those links. Doesn't commit. Doesn't quite commit. Pulls away for now. Layers on the way for Mike. Now, typically at this point, we'd see either a Bailey Nest or Evo Chambers. Going straight. No, the scan! No, the scan reveals the lair into Mutas. We did talk about Mutas at the start of the game, and Muta play is viable here, but he sees everything. Oh, and that one knows. That he knows, he's aware again. Oh, forcing a cancel in the main. I mean, it makes sense. Scouted Mutas have a hard time finding damage, and now we have a late Bailey Nest and late Evo Chambers. The reality is that this tech is late, it is delayed. Tavo still doesn't really know what's going on. He still hasn't scouted the expansion. Now, if we're not going into Muta play, I'm not too fond of this. You can see here gases were taken and he's prioritizing gases. Mike Savage, he has 800 gas. He can't spend his gas. He cannot spend it, he has too much. So this is inefficient mining. GG. GG gets called. Banshees arrive, and unfortunately, Mike Savage does tap out, unable to get into his game. Davito will take the series 3-0. GG. Ooh, GG, well played at Tavo. He will claim the series here. Just an unfortunate setup there from Mike Savage, just at every turn. I wanted to say that here on King's Cove would have been his best opportunity to get into a longer game, to get into his own game state. He wasn't able to, trying to be cheeky, try to go into Mutas. Likewise, he did skip his spores, so no spores in position. So those Cloak Banshees would wreak havoc, and in the end, his spirit was broken. GG. GG, well played with that at Tavo. He will claim the first match, and that leads us into our second series of the broadcast. Tavo up against another Peruvian Zerg player, one that I am unfamiliar with. Mike Savage and Insane Master Killers, at least I am. Like, I haven't cast him before, but I've seen the teams, I've seen the team leagues, at least on paper. I'm more familiar with Mike Savage over time, but Eva, less so, or EVA, Eva, less so. I'm not too familiar with our player here. We'll see how he compares to Tavo. Let's go. As we have our fresh best of 3, another TVZ. Here we go. Muy buenas noches, mis saludos desde Bolivia. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Buenas noches, papi. Buenas noches. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have our Peruvian Terran player, the purple Terran representing Xeritus Esports. It is Tavo. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Peruvian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Eva. Or EVA. Here we go. Oh my god. As we do start things off, sending a drone across the map. Drone scouting is very unorthodox in this matchup, by the way, so a drone scout is often never seen. We do see Tavo setting up once again 2-Rax Reaper. Same map, same build. Did go 2-Rax Reaper against Mike Savage earlier on ley lines. Drone comes in for the hatch block. Now, hatch blocking a Terran player, I'm not convinced, I'll be honest. I'm not entirely convinced how good this is going to be. We'll see if Eva does commit into a... I mean, there's no pool. Yes, there is a hatchery. There's no spawning pool. It's going to be a hatch opener, double hatchery here. Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. So it's going to be a hatch pool, but this is a late pool. To be honest, there's a late spawning pool here for this. It's not really lined up. The Reapers, I guess, yeah, will focus this down. And we'll see what happens in the aftermath of this. We'll see when the gases are taken, when the expansion is taken. There we go. So it's going to be a hatch, pool, hatch. This is not an all-in out of Eva. It looks like this is designed to delay the economy. And this works really well against Protoss, less so against Terran. Just because Terrans, they can even just throw down their CC and lift and land, right? They can just throw it down wherever they want. They can deal with this and then just land it on location. So this doesn't really delay the economy too much here of a Terran. It will delay the push, even forcing a bunker. Tavo doesn't scout. No SCV scout. No SCV. So he doesn't know. He doesn't know that the pool just finished, that really the aggression here isn't really too substantial. So Tavo is taking this seriously. Now there is a queen on the way. Ninja. So hatch, pool, hatch out of Eva, or with gases, of course. I think gases before that final hatchery. Very greedy build here, and again, he's hoping that Tavo is scared. He's hoping that Tavo overreacts and is terrified, making a spine. Drone pops out. It's an Evo chamber to save the drone. Queen is going to be shut down. These are brutal losses, and Eva's too much. Losing far too much here. Queen does fall. Does get an inject off for extra liver, but for what? Like, Roach Horn's now on the way. The Roach Horn is late. So late Roach Horn here from Eva. It's Evo. Now, I don't think that was meant to finish. Evo chamber does complete. Also a bit of a waste. Hatchery is going to go down. We have spine crawlers on the way back at home. Roaches are being built back at home as well, not across the map. And with that, I am terrified for our Zerg player here. This has been a very messy start to the game. Very messy, not Ronaldinho whatsoever, and I'm concerned. Tavo does move out. Now, there are going to be roaches to defend, thankfully. There are going to be some roaches. And I guess we do have a ninja base. I would argue that the queen is being built at the wrong location, as there's going to be less to defend back at home. There's a spine crawler in the main base, also big investment there. Even chambers going down, salvage. Tavo just making sure that nothing's being made from this larva. Yeah, there are no roaches, nothing is being built. Tavo, he can now freely expand. And Tavo is in a better position, to be honest. He's straight up just better position here. Brewlings, they get nothing. Tavo has a higher SCV count, higher worker counts. We'll have mules alongside that. And there were a lot of inefficiencies here from Eva. Here is going into a lair. Somewhat droning. And Tavo just has to keep a cool, calm, and collected head, to be honest. And that's what Tavo's doing. Like, so far, he's backing off. He's dealing with these roaches as they attempt to move out. Back at home, what do we have? We have a 2-1-1. We have 2 Raxes, of course, into factory into starport into a 2-1-1. This is, I would say, a very safe response, not going for a third CC. And we'll see what Eva can get done. Now, there's a world. If Eva can, like, I don't know, pig off the tank, that'd be crazy. You can find some key pickoffs here. Third CC now on the way. Second tank has arrived. And Eva going into Roach Hydra. Ooh, a very gas-intensive composition here. And the economy can't really sustain that yet. And not quite. But is getting there. Droning, taking gases. Reaper gets shut down. And the last Tavo, he shouldn't really move out until he does get his, I was gonna say get his upgrades. I believe he just finished. Yeah, Stim did just complete. Combat shields just began. But now that he has Stim, he's just waiting for his medevacs, then he can push. Yeah, reactor's done. Ooh, we have a Spire on the way. Now the problem here, first things first, I don't know if Eva's gonna survive the push of Tavo. But before that, it's just so, there's just a lot of resources spent elsewhere. So what do I mean by that? Roach Warren, now into Link Speed, Lair, into Hydra Den, into Double Evo Chamber, now into the Spire. This is a late Spire. If we're going 2-base Muta, if we're rushing to Muta play, this is a very late Spire here for Eva. Now going for a 4th expansion. And, I mean, the Spire is going to finish soon, but now even investing into Hydra range. So we're kind of splitting up our attention and we're investing resources in too many directions instead of just focusing on one thing. We're building up upgrades for Hydras while going for a Spire. We're backing up gas. Are we going into Muta? If so, that's going to weaken the Hydra army, right? So, like, we're again, just investing in too many things at once. +1 air attack, 6 Mutas on the way. And against a 2-on-1, I'm concerned because there's no Lingbane to defend. Now we're taking up into Lurkers. it's too much. It's just too much tech. Far too much tech, and this means that the army is lacking. The economy is lacking. The army is lacking. Davos securing his 3rd expansion. Has yet to really be active or move out. Davo playing this out very scared and very safe. And if he wanted to, he could stim in and break this, to be honest. Could stim in and break this. Meanwhile, Tavo, I believe he, did scout, did confirm he is aware of the mutas. He's getting in position. He's getting in position for those mutas. Towers are being thrown down. And Tavo's ready. And he's ready for the mutas. They rotate towards the 3rd expansion once again. Oh, muta going to be going down. Eva not really finding any damage. Now it looks like Eva is switching quite hard into these lurkers. Now these are going to be lair tech lurkers, so they're going to be lacking upgrades. Hive is on the way. Eva is somewhat teching. Tavo is aware of the ninja base. Did scout it. But I would argue that Tavo's playing a little bit too scared. He's playing very scared. Like I think he just assumed it was going to be a Roach Ravager all-in. So I don't blame him. So he's being overly cautious. Oh. Meters are deflected. Army moves out. And the production, yeah, the reinforcements can deal with this. Meters are going to be dealt with. He gets 1. He gets 2. Tavo, he commits, and there's no saving these expansions. Oh, I mean, there are lurkers in position. True. They happen to be ready. Smash just going off. But the tanks are within range. Yeah, they're within range. Oof. Yeah, tank boys do connect. The expansion is going to go down. Oh, does tread a little bit too closer to the lurkers, flies too close to the sun, but breaks down the expansion. We have lurker upgrades on the way here for Eva. Tavo will break through the tech, break through the expansion. And we'll rotate. Does rotate, now taking his 4th expansion, breaking out. Eva back at home. Now, I will say that Eva has gone away with a lot of droning, has now droned up to 84, is not mining efficiently. You can see here 44 work. 44 workers on 3 at that 3rd base is heavily oversaturated and does need a 4th and a 5th expansion, needs to double expand. Unfortunately, doesn't really have the bases to really sustain this kind of economy, not yet. Upgrades wise, getting into lurker range and getting into vipers, but this army is still lacking. The army the supply is not there. And coming into this next fight, the supply is not lying. It's not lying back. Tanks are sieging. They get within range. Hatchery's gonna go down. Has to retreat, has to back off. Just have to pull away. Now Vipers can help with this, true, but the Vipers, they got a lot of work to do. How many tanks are there? 11. 11 tanks. That's a lot of blinding clouds or a lot of abductions. Speaking of, yep, there we go. We got 1, we got 2. But there's still more tanks. Many more. Forcing with a friendly fire. Lurkers being forced back. Meanwhile, triple drop into the main. Ooh, there's nothing quite here. 1 medivac does fall. But the main base is compromised. Ever just being torn apart. And again, this build in general from Eva, going for the proxy hatchery, the ninja base, into Muta, then into lurker, I feel like this build would be actually quite successful against against Protoss. Actually, Eric plays very similarly. Eric, he also, it's a little bit different because he goes into 3 bases and he actually makes use of the hatchery. But in the mid game, he is one to tech up and to go into the Spire and the Hydrogen at the same time. It's something that he enjoys doing. But this, we got here in a bit of a quirky way, and unfortunately, just the army is lacking, just a little bit too greedy at times, and it's not really too cohesive. And because of that, Tavo, he's snowballing out of control. He's going uncontested here. He just woke up. Lurker's not quite in position. Base is gonna go down. Ling Rambai does get some damage across the map. Oh god. Meanwhile, Tavo, he gets the mineral line, takes out another expansion. And there's no reason for Tavo to really push into the lurkers, not without ghosts. And we can see here we have Jesus Mass Factory on the way. Moving further in. He just goes for the dive, he just dims in. He just dives into the lurkers, gets us around, cleans up all the lurkers, and from here he just keep going. There's still 3 lurkers left there. Oh god! 3 lurkers remaining. Down to 3, down to 2, down to 1, down to 0. The lurkers, they have been dealt with. Now Tavo can step forward. We can see Lings, they attempt to run by, they run into a planetary. GG gets called, and Tavo will take game number 1. GG. Tavo, he will take a lead in the series here. Again, a very quirky game, going from the proxy hatch, ninja base, throwing down multiple forms of tech. Again, it did seem fun, at least. It was very chaotic, but unfortunately, especially against a Terran player, it doesn't feel too reliable. It doesn't feel like it got much done, especially when it comes to the hatchery and the hidden bases and the mutas. Like, it's was a little bit messy, but here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the purple Terran player from Exeritus Esports. From Peru, it is Tavo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, also from land of Peru. It is Eva. Getting into that second game, once again loading into, I say once again, for the first time tonight, loading into Abyssal Reef. I say tonight, in general, it's been a long time since we've cast on this map. We do often avoid and we do often remove Abyssal Reef from a lot of the open cups, but is still here for HSL and is known for being one of the largest macro maps in the map pool. The only larger one is Neo-Violet Square, second only to Neo-Violet Square. This map is huge, very defendable on 3, 4, and 5 bases, very easy to max out and split the map in half. We could be heading in that direction, as once again Eva goes for the proxy hatch. Do have the hatch block here from Eva, going hatch, pull into most likely another hatchery. On a larger map like Abyssal Reef, here I wouldn't be opposed to trying to get away with a ninja base, if only that hadn't already happened in game 1. That's the biggest problem that I have. Like, going for the same quirky build 2 games in a row has less impact, has less chances to succeed as your opponent is now acclimating to you. Tavo, he does scout, he does confirm the hatchery. This time he goes for an SCV scout across the map. Remember, he did not SCV scout in game 1, is finally doing so here in game 2. As Eva does go for the natural base, into a gas. Last game, this is the exact same build, but last game we had a ninja. My eyes are on this drone, as it looks like Eva is moving up for ninja base. It looks like the same build. And this should not be a drone scout. Shouldn't be. As a drone, oh god no. As the drone is gonna go down, so if there was a plan for a ninja base, it's not gonna come to pass. What are we building across the map? We have a drone? It's spines? If you remember, there was an attempted drone rush here earlier in the last game, but was forced to morph into an Evo chamber. Are we planning to go into a spine crawler, I suppose? Okay, spine's on the way. Spine crawler's on the way. I'm still not entirely convinced on this, just because of the setup that Tavo has. Natural on the high ground, bunker is done. Can attack the spine crawler from the high ground as well without being injured. But, you know, this time Eva actually committing to aggression. Rushing into a lair before Link speed, so skips Link speed, skips a Roach Warren into a lair. This could be for 2-base Muta. This could be for fast Spire tech. As the bunker is complete, Overlord does grant high ground vision. And you can see that that will force to pull the boys to repair. SCV goes down. Deeper does fall. Second spine crawler finishing. Eva is droning up the natural. So very bold move. Very bold move here from Eva. Still not entirely convinced, but is forcing a big reaction to bunkers. Basically, Tavo is getting ready for an all-in, getting ready for roaches or lings. We can see there is no follow-up. We can see that gases are being taken, layers on the way. This does look like either rushing into a spire or rushing into like hydras and lurkers. Rushing into a form of tech. Even like Infestation with Swarm Host, Ninja bases on the way. And so far, that was looking solid. Like, sure, Tavo, he's stuck on one base right now, but this is a really big investment. That's 3 spine crawlers. 3 spine crawlers being thrown. That's a hatchery. So 3 spine crawlers being thrown down alongside these drones and queens that have to get out of here eventually. Yep, overlords are being hunted down as well. Getting 1, getting 2 overlords. Assuming the Viking does head for the second overlord as well. And what do we have? It's going to be Hydrogen into Infestation, but it looks like Lurker Tech. Looks like Lurker Tech is on the horizon. Tank's getting within range. It's going to be Cloak Banshee as a follow-up here from Tavo. Going for a natural into 1-1-1. Now, I assume it was going to be Banshee. It's going to be BC. Oof. Battle Cruiser's on the way. Now, I would prefer Banshee just because Banshees would hit faster. On top of that, no spores. I mean, we have the luxury of seeing everything. There is no spore. BCs hit later, so there's a chance here that there's going to be a Hydra army to deal with the BCs. Is a chance. Meanwhile, Natural goes down. From here, tavo, he can just slowly expand. He can slowly just break out, deal with the spine crawlers, and expand. Third CC now on the way. Reaper does confirm the hive timing. Oh my god. So, seeing the hive this early on screams lurkers. I mean, you could argue that technically this could be like for a greater spire or for ultras. You could argue that. I would say the most logical conclusion here is going to be lurker tech. So tavo, he has a piece of the puzzle, at least. He has a piece of the puzzle here as to what's happening. Cleans up the spines. He has the ravens, so he doesn't have to spend any scans. We'll bleed out a couple of marines. We'll deal with this. Now, I'm curious, after what happened in the last game, tavo, he already knows that there was a ninja base. Remember, he found the ninja base in game 1. So I'm curious if he is going to be one to actually look for one here in game 2. Or if he just goes across the map. Back at home, what is it to defend? There are 8 Hydras, 2 Queens. Hydras, they're built up at the natural, mainly, so they're going to be in position to defend the main as well. They're going to be able to rotate. If the ninja base gets found, it will die. There is no saving it. But we'll see where the BC does head. As the first BC has arrived. Checking the Visionary Eva with the Creep Tumor will not spot the Battlecruiser. Is making his way across the map. Now, because he's floating towards the left-hand side, he will not find the ninja base. I'm sure he's hoping that maybe the rally would come across something. Reaper's cleared up. Jesus, the mass mules. The mule hammer has been thrown down. And Eva is rushing to those upgrades. Remember, Hive is done, rushing into Lurker range, 1-1. Another drone moves out for what looks to be another ninja base. And again, I do like these ninja bases, specifically on this map, just because the map is so large. I would say the same about Neon Valley Square. The downside is, as I mentioned before, I would have preferred if we didn't have a ninja base in game 1, just so this could be more of a surprise. You know what, BC rocks up. No spores. The first queen is going to go down. Ooh, lurkers are morphed in, so less Hydras to defend. But thankfully, there's a cancel and the Hydras can respond. Now, with this, what's important is that the BC shouldn't die. The BC gets a couple of drones that denies mining and confirms the tech is now fully aware of the lurkers. It's fully aware of the lurkers. Spawning pool is under fire. Hydras, they can somewhat punish this, somewhat. Getting a couple of hits up. Oh, can they get the kill? With Hydra range! Up! Oh, barely not. Barely not here as the BC does barely escape. Back at home, tavo just building up and now going for drop play. There is a queen to defend the ninja expansion. tavo is going to scout this. Is going to scout, going to confirm. The BC may die to the queen because the BC is on very low HP. Yeah, a couple of shots. There's a teleport. But now tavo is aware. No second ninja base yet. Workers, they pull back to the ninja expansion. Like, the problem with this base is that this could have just been a third, and it just would have been safer. Ay. This base would have been better as just as a regular third. Meanwhile, Marines, they get into the main. Drones, they get, oh god, they get annihilated. Brutal Picos going for the Viper. Viper goes down. Marines will fall, but this is still worth it. At the same time, a push on the right hand side where the lurkers out of position. More drones going to be falling. Yes, mining is denied here. And because the space is so far away, Eva cannot respond. Cannot respond. This is the downside of a ninja base. If it was a third, we could see a rotation, we could see a reaction. Not here. Not here, not now. As Eva knocked down to 2 expansions. Oversaturated. At this point, would be worth double expanding. And tavo just chilling. Like, there's honestly, there's no rush. Like, tavo, he's just getting a third base, still maintaining a greater economy, massing up a larger army, and eventually tavo will move out. This is similar to the previous game, where eventually he's just going to push, snowball out of control. There's just not much to stop him. Lurkers are good, tanks are better. Like, lurkers, they typically need support. They need Ling Bane support specifically to stop the bio army from diving in or to stop the tanks from getting within range. Like, lurkers on their own are not as impactful. We do have a ninja base on the way. We'll see when tavo does decide to push. At this point, of course, tavo's going to be the first to max out. So we'll see if he waits for 2-2. Like, 2-2 upgrades, I mean, the +2 armor just started. A little bit lopsided here. But again, there's nothing really pressuring tavo to move out. Like, there's no argument to be made for him not to just wait to max. Like, he would just wait to max out and then push. There we go, does split the army. There is 1 Viper. There's 1 Viper, so there are some abductions or blinding clouds. Oh, tank. Oh god, we cannot move into this. Oh god, he's going for it. Does push in, he's gonna lose all the lurkers. Yeah, lurkers, they get annihilated. They don't even get to burrow. 1 lurker burrows, they get started down immediately, and that's game. GG gets called, and Davito will take the 2-0, will claim the series. GG. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a brutal sight seeing all the lurkers diving in. Again, as you mentioned, lurkers in this matchup, they do need support. Or I should even say lurkers are more of a supportive unit than anything to support the Ling Bane army. But here, the no Ling Bane, just pure Hydra. Pure Hydra Lurker Viper. This is something that can work against Protoss, for example. Very much less so against Terran, and yeah, with that the army did melt. But that was only game 2. We still have a 3rd game. As a reminder, these are best of 3s, but all 3 matches are played out. And Jesus, what was the veto process? Game 3 is going to be Neon Violet Square. I was saying earlier, like, Abyssal Reef is the largest map, but second only to Neon Violet Square, and we happen to be loading into the largest map of the map. Let's go. Let us go. So we're jumping into game number 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the Purple Terran, representing Xeritus Esports. It is tavo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. Looks like going for the same build from the land of Peru. Down in the series, we'll see if he can fight back, bounce back, and put a point on the board. It is Eva. I can feel your pain, Papi. I'm not fond of doing the same build 3 games in a row. And it looks like the same build 3 games in a row. To be fair, game 2 was different from game 1. Remember, game 1, there was no investment, there was no commitment into the proxy, into the hatch block. But in game 2, we did see that. And it's going to be pool first. It's going to be pool first into the proxy hatchery. This is going to be a more aggressive variation of this build. Maybe even going for early roaches with a roach warren with gases. So this is going to be more aggressive, more assertive. Here comes that hatchery. But again, I'm not too fond of this against Terran, especially on larger maps. Welcome to Neon Violet Square. This is the largest map of the map pool. Very long rush distance by ground. And because that takes a long time to reinforce and to really maintain this position. So coming into this, I already look to favor tavo in his defense, but we'll see how Eva pieces this all together. Oh boy. As this is a variation that we haven't seen before. as Lings are on the way. Okay, Lings are on the way. Workers are rallying across the map. We have one drone being sent. The second worker also sent across, so this should be for spine crawlers. So it looks like a spine rush here. No gases. No gases, no roach warren, just purely Lings, Queens, and spine crawlers. Now the SCV does spot the drone, so already a bit of a tell. Tavo, he did scout the hatchery, and Tavo, he will come across the Lings. Yeah, big scout here for Tavo. This time he knows it's more aggressive. Okay, he sees the Lings, is aware of the earlier pool timing. Back at home, walling up. We need a bunker here. There we go, bunkers on the way. And Eva's going for the gold. Okay, he's going for the gold. I assume those for spine crawlers, and it may still be, as Lings is still flooding, but is going for the gold base. That is a way to recover and to maintain their economy. Here come the spine crawlers. Lings are being dealt with. This Reaper should not get surrounded. Yeah, just free damage on the Lings, on the spine. Remember, there's no Ling speed. Does Tavo know that? Yes, Tavo, he has to be scouted. He has to be scouted. He saw that there is no Ling speed. There's no gases. This Reaper does dance with those Lings. More bunkers on the way. This does feel once again like a bit of an overreaction when it comes to the bunkers. Another Reaper, no! Oh, miss rally! Yeah, massive miss rally. Reaper goes down. Looks like he tried to go back into his main. And the spine crawlers are moving in. Go base is up, but no saturation, no mining. At least knocking down those depots. Yeah, there's no repairing this. Does bust down that front door, but the bunkers are full. And Eva has to transition out of this. Is droning, not too much saturation of the gold, but somewhat. Has one drone. One drone so far. Tank has arrived. Tank can get within range of the spines. And does. Okay, is within range. Spine crawlers have to back off. Jesus, the tank was in range of every spine. And with that, Tavo holds. Tavo holds. Eva has been droning, so there's no follow-up. There's no all-in. I say there's no, like, there's no kind of second wave of aggression to, like, try to break this location. All of this is to delay. It's just to delay the expansion. We have a lair on the way. I am concerned that it's going to be lurkers again. I'm very concerned. My biggest concern, I mean, outside of the fact that Hydra Lurker is not a solid composition against the bio-tank army of Tavo, but on top of that, I'm concerned just because it takes a really long time to get going, because you need your hive, need your hive upgrades. Like, it takes a really long time. Once again, BC response out of Tavo. The reality is, though, this could be one of three things. This could be fast Hydroden into Hydra Lurker tech, it could be Spire into Mutaplay, or Infestation Bit into Swarm Host. And I don't know if I'm fond of any of those ideas right now, but I think I'm leaning more towards Mutas the most. I think there's potential for Spire into Mutas, just to, like, harass and buy time. It's gonna be lurkers. Okay. It's gonna be lurker tech. So the same follow-up that we saw last game. Gonna be lunkers here from Eva. Go base. I mean, True has a boosted economy thanks to the gold. True. Tanks are spreading out. They get a spine crawler. Getting within range of the expansion. Didn't realize, but yeah, tanks, they can hit the base from the main. Let's go. Meanwhile, that was just building up. BC's in production. Workers, they do pull away, getting into the gold. and Eva should evacuate. Now, the biggest problem right now for Eva is going to be that he hasn't taken his natural. And what I mean by that is that very quickly, this hatch block expansion and the go base are going to go down. Like, these are not viable bases. Like, they're not long term. So both these hatches are going to fall. Eva goes for a ninja base before the natural. Very quickly, Eva is not going to have an economy. Eva's going to be on one base, and it's going to be brutal. Likewise, hopefully, when this go base goes down, and eventually it will, just because the creep is leading towards this base, eventually this base is going to fall. Hopefully, Eva doesn't lead tavo into the ninja base by pulling the drones in that direction. That's also something that I foresee, that I'm concerned about. As there is potential for this base to probably get up and running. You want tavo slowly expanding. Does break out. So a lot of creep to go through. And there's still a tumor here, active tumor behind the base. BC runs into the gold. It's only one spore. One spore is not enough. Yeah, one spore is not going to be enough here, but there are hydras, true. Hydra's in position. Hydra range, likewise. Oh, the tank is actually going to be able to support. Oh my god. Yeah, tank shots from across into the main, hitting the mineral line. Drones pull away now. Again, these workers, they should rotate top right. Thankfully, isn't seen. Thankfully, tavo does not see this. He is not aware. But this is what I was worried about, right? One hatchery just went down. The gold base, no longer mining anymore. Eva's stuck on a one base economy here and is trying to get top right up and running, but like that cannot afford lurker hydra anymore. They very quickly just cannot afford this. Never took the natural. Never took the natural. Mass mule hammer here at the natural base of tavo. Tavo does have a better economy. Straight up, his economy is greater now already. To get the repair on the BC. Viper is out. That's tavo. He can. There's mining once again to the gold, and he should deny this. There we go. Drones are going to be falling. The Viper could have ducked the tank. I mean, anything really. But can go for the tank and yoink it over the cliff face. Goes to the BC and will bring it down. Oh, barely not. BC does teleport away. There is going to be a second abduction. By one breaking out, there are a handful of lurkers in position. 3 lurkers. With a good enough spread, tavo can deal with this. But we try, yeah, more lurkers to support. Oh. So Eva gonna attempt to contain, and once again going for another expansion. Does saturate top right, so Eva's on a 2-base economy. Eva's on 2 bases against a 2-basing Terran. Tavo, I believe, yep, has a 3rd CC. Gonna be expanding. So Tavo still has the better economy, the larger army. And we're waiting for Tavo's eventual move out. It's possible that, like the previous game, he's gonna wait for 2-2. So 1-1's finishing up. It's a lot of Vipers, Jesus. It's a lot of Vipers here. He's got 4, soon to be 5 Vipers. Likewise, moving out with his double drop. Back at home, there are some Hydras and Lurkers to defend, and Spore Crawlers as well. So, pretty nice defensive setup here back at home to defend the base against drop play. Tavo, he doesn't scan ahead of time, so he doesn't know what he's boosting into. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna try to boost past the spore crawlers, hoping there's nothing at home. It looks like Eva didn't notice, which is concerning. Yeah, you can see Tavo. He sees no expansion, so this screams ninja base. The fact that there's no natural. Screams ninja base. Gets into the middle line, going for the tech. Workers repositioning. And from here, Tavo, he should be scouting. Now there's reason to scout. So it's going top right. So top right bases are exposed. This is where our lair is. Let's go. A finds the expansions. Oh. Nice lunge. And these bases are going to be going down. Gets the entire mineral line. And now he should check top right. And even this expansion here. Like, one base leads to the other. Never responds. Does pull away for the time being. This is a good pickup here so far, but with these abductions, up! Oh my god, there's a yoink. Gets one, and gets the other. Nice cleanup from the Zerg. It's nice cleanup. Now, the problem here is that I don't see Eva ever breaking this. Like, that's a line of tanks, just a massive wall of tanks here for Tavo. Tavo is very secure, even with all these Vipers. I don't see this happening. And Lurkers are not the answer. Like, going mass Lurker against mass tank is not the answer here. This should force out, like, Broodlords, I would say. Like, this heavy of a tank composition. Or even just Muta. Meanwhile, June drop into the main. There's two Lurkers to defend. Do we have a scan? We do. Yeah, Lurker goes down. He gets one. He gets the other. And just like that, Tavo, he will break this. He will break this location. Vipers, they try to move in. They get one tank. Hive goes down. And all the tank as well. Hydra Den, Lurker Den, Spawning Pool. It's all going to fall. No. We spoke about it. Decent abductions here. Takes out some of the tanks. There we go. We were missing a scan. Oh god. The Hydra's trying to move in. Another nice abduction. But there's still more tanks. There's a concave bio. Oh god. And Eva does not get past this ramp. This ramp is a meat grinder. So many Lurkers and Hydras are already gone down here. Meanwhile, Tavo, he cleaned up everything in the main. No more tech, no more reinforcements. Hydra Den's being rebuilt. Remember, there's no spawning pool. And now Tavo is going top right. It's going top right. And yeah, Eva never break this location. Never did break it. Meanwhile, there's no defenses at the top right either. The lair is going to go down alongside the backup Hydra Den. None of the boys are being pulled. They try to escape. No shot. There is no escape. Eva tries to respond. And Tavo's max. Tavo's maxed out. Eva's trying to keep up. Eva down to half a base. Half a base mining here. Two drones here. So half a base saturation here. Half base economy for Eva. Down to 13 workers. And tavo now just not looking for the expansions. I mean, he's aware of the gold, and he should be, because he took down these 2 bases on the right, he should assume that there's a base here on the left, or in between them, I should say. Tavo might be paranoid about bottom left, about just more ninja bases, but he's just expanding. He's just chilling, taking another base, getting more CCs. Just slow and steady here from Tavito. Slow and steady. Again, there's just been no rush this game. Just calmao, papi, calmao. Swarm hosts? Sure, yeah. I mean, whether it's Brood Lords, whether it's Mutaplay, whether it's Swarm hosts, I mean, either one of those 3 would have been a better option trying to break a player like this. But GG gets called, GG gets called, and Davito, he will take the series 3-0 and will claim another win. GG. GG, well played. We'll claim another here. So far, solid performances by tavo. Very interesting opponents. Again, as I mentioned at the start of the series, I've never casted Eva before. Never casted Eva before, unfamiliar with his playstyle. Now I know. Now I know, going into proxy hatch, into ninja bases, into lurker rushes, very chaotic, and I can see that, I guess, finding some success on the ladder. But against an opponent like tavo, I mean, tavo, it feels like it's probably pretty well rehearsed against this, just because it was more or less the same style every game. And tavo just slowly getting his natural, building up his bio tank, going for some drop play here and there, going for his BC as well, and yeah, was finding a lot of success with that. And again, like, there was never really any threat to tavo. There was never really anything threatening him. Like, he was looking just very secure on his 2, 3, and eventually 4 bases. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready here for our next matchup. We're getting ready for another TVZ. This time against his next opponent, this time up against, I believe, the player from Spain living, oh, sorry, the Italian player living in Spain. It is CristoDorado. Let's go. Let us go. Another player that I'm not familiar with, another player that I've never really casted before. So we'll see how tavo compares. Well, let's go. As he's on a different account, an account that I approve of. Ceviche, papi, ceviche. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our Peruvian Terran player, the purple Terran, this time on an alt account. Might even be playing game 1 on Europe. That would explain it. It is Ceviche. Davito. I'll fix it up. Dab. Hold on. Such color. Does this work? It's a little bit dark. Hold on. Do I have a lighter tone? It's better. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the Spanish Zerg player living in the Italian Zerg player living in Spain. The green Zerg, it is CristoDorado. Not to be confused with Cristiano Ronaldo. CristoDorado, papi. Let's go. Let us go as we have our next ZVT. Again, working our way through the round robin group stage. A lot of Zerg players surrounding tavo. So far has been handling himself well. But this time, a breath of fresh air, kind of. Hatch first. It's at least it's hatch pool. It's still not standard, but I appreciate it. Ay. Oh my god. None of this, you know, proxy hatch block nonsense, mate. I'm good. He's unconventional for sure. 100%. I think the problem is, I think my biggest issue, actually, Sea Grail, is that he is unconventional, but he's also very predictable because it was the same build. It was the same build pretty much every game. There were some slight variations, but it was more of the same overall, which was proxy hatch, ninja base, rush into hive, rush into lurker, right? All roads led to lurker, sort of thing. Led to like rush into hive tech lurker, and because of that, Tavo didn't really have to variate himself. Like, he didn't have to, like, really adjust too much. Like, more or less, same response every game. So, with that, we're now getting into our next series. Now we are going to be settling in. Tavo does mirror with Reaper. Ling's already here. Later drone production. And an earlier Queen. So a very safe build here by CristoDorado. Oh my god, double gas! Double gas is skipping link speed, rushing into the... This is not normal. Crazy build here by CristoDorado. Again, remember it was an earlier pool. Now rushing into a lair. This is what a 240 lair timing. Insanely fast lair into those gases. Doesn't pull out of gas either. Now, what is this for? This could be for a Nidus all-in. True. Could be for... Oh my god. Reaper doesn't scout. Reaper does see a gas. This is suspect. This is not the typical gas guys you take early on. So this does look like a second gas. It could just be a really weird gas taken. True. It could just be a bit of an oddity. Yeah, so far Tavo's in the dark. He's in the dark as to what's going on. But this could be a nice base all in. This could be for a Roach Rush into Roach Speed. This could be for Drop Lord play. This could be for 2-base Muta. Seeing the fast Roach Horn already you tell. Seeing the Wall Off already you tell as well. As the Eva Chamber gets thrown down. Tries to scout. The scout is denied. Oh, it may have been worth sacrificing. It may have been worth just diving in and sacrificing just to see the lair. And yep, Nidus all in. So it was one of the three, like Nidus all in, Drop Load all in, like Roach Speed, like 2-base Muta. Is going to be that Nidus all in, and Tavo, he doesn't know what's going on. He goes 3cc Banshee, standard opener out of Tavo. He knows that something is wrong. He knows that there's maybe extra gases. Banshee play is very safe, true. And he will, I mean, he's aware of the Roach one. He will see it's not researching. Does confirm. Something like Nidus play is going to be at the top of his mind, or at least it should be. There we go. Nidus here outside of the base. He scouts. He does see. He knows. He sees. He has to respond. He hasn't seen it yet. Yes, there we go. There we go. Does react for a moment. The boys, yeah, they evacuate the natural. Trying to bust down that front door. Oh, it does slip in. Ah, not quite. Not quite. Does not slip in. Crystal does defend. Back across the map. Tavo, he's in trouble. But he's got the Banshee. Bearing in mind, Queens, they can come out of this Nidus. And they will. Is there a transfuse? No, no transfuse. The Nidus is going to fall. It's going to be close. One more shot. Oh my god. Does shut down the Nidus. Does deny reinforcements. Nidus roam into the main. Tavo, he does have vision, but does he respond? Does he react in time? As Tavo does not really have much to defend. Again, he threw away his Hellions, or at least he gets back into the main. Okay. But the Nidus is going to finish. Yeah, it's going to complete. Tavo, he does miss this. And this may just be game. Oh, there's no way to rotate. True. Overreaction. Does pull all the boys. Front door's being knocked down. Yeah, Tavo is panicking here. Is panicking. Trying to hold on. Likewise, did get some drone kills across the map. He got how many? He got 7. 7 drones across the map. Another Nidus into the main. Tavo, he will clean this up. He's massing up more Banshees. He's holding. Tavo's holding on. CristoDorado still isn't droning. He's supply blocked. Ooh. Yeah, brutal supply block there for Cristo. Oh, Jesus Cristo. Oh my god. Ravagers can threaten this location, but he's droning. Okay, he's droning up. Looks like CristoDorado, he is trying to transition out of this, but with these Roaches and Ravagers with his high ground vision, he can still threaten the base. And get some depots. And this depot is going to go down. Okay, she's going to try to react. Going for the Ravager. Oh! Queen's going to be under fire. Nidus back into the main base. Does get spotted. It's a knife. And eventually, tavo is going to break out. The question really becomes, what is Crystal's economic game state going to be looking like? Right now, I like these droning. I like these just droning up as hard as he can. Morphing in more Ravagers, getting as much value as possible. Getting to work speed. Ooh, takes down 2 SCVs. Takes down 2 workers. Now, you could argue that these Banshees should have moved out across the map, and now they do, but is this too late? Oh, Zoro Ravager's looking even more threatening. Tank getting a lot of value. There is 1 spore at the natural, there's no spore in the main. The main base is the place to go. We'll see if tavo can get there. Tank goes down. And Chris is pushing in. He's pushing in. There was only 1 tank. Hellions out of position. Production under fire. Banshees, oh, they hit the natural, not the main. They will get some economic damage. But Cristo is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throw. The boys are being pulled. Another tank, no, Miss Rally. Rallies into the army. Oh my god. Vials, they connect. And it's going to be a tough hold here. Yeah, tavo, he will lose everything. He will lose everything. Looks like tavo, he will be broken. Losing all of his SCVs. Again, just a really chaotic defense here from tavo when it comes to overreacting, when it comes to moving out and counterattacking. His tank production, the SimCity. GG gets called, and CristoDorado does put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played, does take a game, and tavo does show he can bleed. He did so far show dominance in the previous ZVTs, but here CristoDorado does catch him off guard. Again, we saw tavo panicking at times against the Nidus all-in, against the Nidus play. Likewise, it was a late scout. It was a delayed scout from tavo, so a bit of a later reaction to it as well. And again, has to kind of switch gears here now to a much more aggressive player. In the previous games, tavo, he had a lot more freedom, he had a lot more breathing room. Like, these were, in the previous games, even with the proxy hatcheries, they were a lot more slower to get going, and they gave tavo more time. But here, there was a lot more urgency, there was a lot more tension, a lot more exasperation. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the purple Terran player. We have the purple Terran himself, representing Xeritas Esports. It is tavo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the green Zerg player, the Italian Zerg living in the land of Spain. It is CristoDorado. Here we go. I like the ninjas, but again, I like cannon rushes. I mean, ninjas can be effective multiple games in a row. They're not very effective. there's a time and place. First game he dropped tonight. Yes, that one. First game he has dropped tonight. Looking solid so far, but again, a much more aggressive build this time, and so far looking like the same opener. What I'm referring to, hatch first into an earlier spawning pool. So early pool. Now last game this led into double gas, into no link speed, into a fast lair. Now I'm hoping that CristoDorado is not like Eva earlier. What I mean by that, my biggest issue with Eva was that it was the same build and the same style game after game after game, and that means that as the series progresses, it's less effective. It's just less effective over time, because the reality is that your opponent just acclimates to you. Your opponent just acclimates, gets used to you, gets more accustomed to you, and has stronger and stronger responses. I would say the same here. I would like to see a different, same build so far, double gas, yeah. Gonna be hatch, pool, double gas into a faster lair. So far, this does look like the same build. Now, we might see a different variation into like 2-base muta. I would say that fast lair does have a lot of options, so you don't have to go for the same follow-up, but we'll see. As the SV Scout comes in. SV Scout does come in. Likewise, tavo moving out. He should be somewhat aware of what's going on, and hopefully this time he does go into the main. Like, scouting the main base would be a massive moment here for tavo, because there's just so much to see. But now pokes into the natural. There's that fast lair. Did mention once again 240. So 240 lair timing. Tavo, he this time, yep, he pokes in. He does scout the lair. He knows. This time, much better scout. And I would even appreciate to see. Oh, never mind. He's being a little bit greedy. I was gonna say he could hard counter this by going for a 1-1-1. This is still 3cc 1-1-1 here, so 3cc Banshee. This is still a greedy response here, but now he's gonna be more alert when it comes to scouting for Nidus Worms. Assuming this is the same Nidus all in. Again, this doesn't have to be, but so far it does seem to be the same build. And you can see early tank production this time. Yeah, like stronger reaction. This is what I meant earlier. Like, this is a stronger reaction here, a much more confident reaction here from Tavo. Almost a hard counter. Basically, last game and how you would play out in a standard game is to go into Hellion. Is to go add-on swap, reactored Hellion. But this time, he is blindly getting ready for Nidus play. And here we go. Nidus Worm is on the way, and as opposed to the previous game where he had like 6 Hellions to defend, now he's gonna have Marines and tanks. And 2 more Raxes, this time no starport. Yeah, this is almost like a hard counter here from Tavo. But now, first things first, can he keep up with the Nidus? Can he scout it? Can he scout it? Can he deny it? Does he want to? Tank in the main, bunkers on the way. There we go, Nidus outside of the natural. Tavo does not see this. Ooh, he does snipe the Overseer. That does supply block Cristo. Yeah, Cristo is supply blocked. And it looks like Tavo, he's ready to just evacuate. There we go, there's a Nidus. There's a Nidus this time. Again, we have the bunker. We have both tanks. Doesn't commit yet, which means Tavo, he's just freely mining even more. Just gaining more value. Cristo, he has begun to drone, so it looks like he has recognized that this is not going to be as effective, so thankfully he's not committing as hard. And Nidus into the main. Is spotted.
Things are getting rowdy at your base.
Tanks repositioning. This Nidus is going to be shut down. And Cristo did make extra roaches, but now he's droning up a little bit harder. So far, this is good for the Zerg player. Like, decent, I should say. He's denying the third, and he's droning up, and he should soon be taking a third base. Oh. CC taking a lot of hits. Should not go down. Tavo, we gotta float this away. It's on fire. He's leaving it idle. Yeah, Tavo making some mistakes here. This CC may die. One more volley. Yeah, in the command center, it shouldn't be going down, but it is. This time Tavo, there we go, does put it back. He will be able to repair. He will keep it alive. But this is going to be more costly than it needed to be. There's a repair. Now, Cristo getting into roach speed. We do need that third expansion, though. As Cristo is going to attempt to contain. I would say that Tavo could have been more proactive when it comes to denying the first Nidus. Like, 100%. He could have denied the first Nidus, but he had no vision outside of his bases. So this is not the worst position for Cristo. I would say that Tavo had a different response here, but he's getting to Stim. Stim is almost done. Getting to his upgrades, rushing into 1-1, Jesus. Rushing into 1-1. And Tavo, he will be able to break out in a stronger fashion. Yeah, tanks now getting within range. They should be sieging on the high ground. Yeah, there we go. They are sieging up. Roaches get thrown away. Tavo should force a fight within range of the tanks. So far, so good. Sims in. Ooh, and he punishes those Ravagers. Yeah, 1 Ravager left. Tavo, he will shut this down. And so far, a nice cleanup. I say that more roaches coming to reinforce, and he's not fighting with his tanks. Yeah, so bit of a rougher fight towards the end, but he will still break through. He will still break through. Takes down the Overseer, takes down the Nidus. Nidus into the main base, but there's a tank within range. And tavo can now expand. Now, I would have been okay with Crystal's position if a couple of things happened here. One, if he was faster to disengage. Like, there was no way for Crystal to win that fight. Like, 100%. Like, he was not going to win that fight. He committed anyway, and he lost how many? He lost 7 Ravagers and 16 Roaches. He overstayed his welcome. He overcommitted, so he lost a massive army. On top of that, now how we spoke about the third base, there is no third. There is no third expansion, and tavo has been on triple CC this entire time, with mules, with triple SV production. So I would say that tavo is in a better economic state. How many roaches do we have? 12. Good amount of army, and tavo does not see this. Uh-oh. Tavo is across the map. He's not at home to defend. This can still pop off. The tank is not quite sieged. There we go. Just now sieging up. Here comes the Nidus. As we do have the attempted third base, but tavo is exposed, does him in. First tank does survive. Only 2 piles. That's a kill, not a cancel. Yeah, kill, not a cancel. Again, this third base is late. It's a late third, and because of that, it's not going to get up and running. Yeah, CristoDorado, I don't know if he can ever expand now. It's too late to expand. Trading with the fire, bleeding out roaches. And tavo, he's forcing the all-in. He's just forcing an all-in out of his opponent. The Nidus in the main. Changeling coming in clutch. No reaction. tavo, yeah, he doesn't react. The Marines aren't fighting. This Nidus will finish. But doesn't quite make use of it. Focusing on the front lines, on the natural. That's a lot of Roach Ravager. Yeah, bunker's not done. But these 3 tanks, they do so much. They just zone back the army. They punish the Ravagers. tavo looking better and better here. Drop into the main. Going for the Nidus. He goes for the Nidus. Massive snipe. Nidus goes down. The army's stuck. Yeah, the army's trapped at home. We can see Cristo, he does F2 back home. He's racing back. And there's just nothing here. There's nothing here. Cristo just getting picked apart. The roaches, the drones, the mineral line. And because this army races back home manually, there's no way to reinforce here because this Nidus doesn't connect to anything. The original Nidus has been killed. Now he has to run all the way back. Just back and forth. The queens are exposed, there's no support for them. And tavo, he will clean this up. Like, he will completely shut this down. Cristo is trying to make this work. Now the question becomes, coming into game 3, does Cristo do the same build? Just do the same build over again. No. Cristo. Oh. As files don't quite connect. Nice moves here from tavo. Takes 1 battle towards the end. Shuts down the army, forces the fight within range of the tanks. And it will clean this up. It will just clean this up, takes down every single Ravager. GG gets called, and Ceviche Tavito ties up the series 1-1. Ooh, GG. Does tie things up. We have a back and forth here, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see what build our players go for, as up next we're going to be jumping into Frostline. Let's go. Jumping into Frostline. So far, CristoDorado, he has gone for the same build 2 games in a row. Here in game 2, it looked like Cristo was going to transition out of it, but if you remember, he never took his third. He never took his third base. He never quite expanded. He overcommitted early on, and things just very quickly snowballed out of control. But we'll see how this story ends, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the Purple Terran, tying up the series, it is Tavo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the green Zerg player of the green Zerg himself, the Italian Zerg living in the land of Spain. It is CristoDorado. Cristo. They didn't play on El Dorado. What's going on? it's part of his namesake, papi. Aye. But what we're looking for here is hatch first. We're looking for a hatch first. We're looking for a pool before gas, and that would be a sign that it's the same build. I'm hoping that even if it's the same opener, that we have a different variation already. No extractor trick. Hatch first. Are we going hatch gas pool? We are. It does seem to be the case here. No, never mind. Okay. Hatch pool opener into most likely double gas, into fast layer, into 2 base Roachnitis all in. That's what it looks like so far. It looks like the same build. And we'll see how Tavo responds. Now, if he goes for the same response as he did last game, it was okay. I'm not too fond of the idea that Tavo didn't look for the first Nidus. He didn't look for the first Nidus. I do think that he could have shut down the first Nidus worm if he was a little bit more active when it comes to checking outside of his bases. Both games so far, the first Nidus has been outside of the natural. That happened in game 1, it happened in game 2. So now, when it comes to if it is the same build, Tavo should be more aware of checking outside of his base. Because if he can shut down that first Nidus, he can have a much stronger early game and a much stronger defense. Meanwhile, he has CV scouts, he sees the he sees the timing of the hatchery, double gas follow-up into lair. Into lair, same build. It's gonna be on this Reaper to scout the timing of the lair. As a reminder, it was at 320, right? Like 320 lair timing. Oh no, sorry, 240, that's it, 240 lair timing. It's the other one. Reaper does poke in, dances with the lings. We're a couple of seconds away. We're waiting for the queen. Yep, there it is. This is at 237, so slightly earlier. 237 layer timing. Reaper pokes in. And has taken too many hits. Taking too many hits means it cannot get into the main base. Tavo can make some assumptions, but it's better to confirm. Right now he's going for the third CC. It looks like no add-on swap. Thankfully, it looks like tank opener. Reaper does make its way into the main, and he needs to confirm what's happening. And he does see the gases. Yep, does see the lair. Now, the downside here, he was getting ready for an add-on swap. This is late. This is a later scout and a later response and a later tank. Later tech lab. Everything is delayed here for Tavo compared to the last game. He now knows, of course, it's the same build, but it took him longer to piece it all together. Later Marines. So far, same response. Yeah, same response. Going for the third CC into 3-1-1 setup. This leads into faster stim. Once again, I hope to see more activity outside of the main base to look for the first Nidus. Like that's my one hope here. Likewise, the main base is quite large. There is an area here in the main that so far there's no vision, which is concerning. There's no Overlord in position yet, but it is in position. It is in position for the main. So this is a concern. Bunkers on the high ground. This I like. The Marines are being proactive, and they can shut down the first Nidus. Now they shut down the Overlord. Nidus should be next. A couple of boys are being pulled. Just for some added DPS here, and barely the Nidus will fall. But now Nidus into the main. And this is the position I was concerned by. As Tavo, he does not have vision. Oh, he's now checking. Now he confirms. He does react. This Nidus will finish. He will have some tanks to respond. Roaches are on the way. There's going to be a tougher hold here for Tavo, but he gets us around. He will clean this up. Yeah, he shuts down the Roaches, shuts down the Queens. Really, the army was baited in. Oh god, he shouldn't commit. He should not commit. Get out of here. Yeah, the Nidus Swarm is going to be cleaned up. There's another Overlord here on the front lines for another Nidus, but so far this has been better for tavo. I think this has been the best start for tavo so far, just because he has killed 5 roaches and 3 Nidus worms, and he has had longer mining at the natural. Now eventually he'll be forced into his main. Like eventually this Nidus here is going to finish. Unfortunately, tavo, there's no rotation, there's no reaction. This Nidus will complete, and we should abandon the natural as a result. But tavo has had 2 base mining for longer, so this is just the best start that he could have had so far. As you can see, Crystal, he's taking his time. He's spreading creep, morphing in Ravagers. He actually doesn't really have much of an army. I assumed that he was going to take control of the low ground, but he is not. He just doesn't have enough roaches. Oh, overreaction. Overreaction from tavo. It's 2 Ravagers. It's 3 Ravagers and 2 Queens. This is not much of an army. tavo can fight this. But again, he overreacts. He abandons the base. 3 Ravagers are going to deny the expansion. And tavo, he's waiting for his upgrades. Waiting for his upgrades. CC is going to float away. tavo building up. Upgrades are finishing. Now this, again, it's still been a stronger start for tavo. So from here he should have a stronger or faster breakout. He has a choice to make. I do think that he has enough here to defend back at home. I think he can get away with a drop. Like, he can just move out with drops and, like, hunt down overlords and deny his opponents. Or even just go across the map. But it looks like he wants at least a second medevac. Second Nidus does finish. Cristo at this point should be expanding. Just like the last game, he should be taking a faster third and droning and transitioning out of this. Right now he's making spine crawlers back at home and he's making more roach ravager. Because this push is so delayed, I'm less convinced by how effective this is going to be from Cristo. Oh. This tank is going to go down. Yeah, the tank is going to get piled. And nice pick up on the first tank. While the other is sieged. Oh, files don't quite connect. And tavo, he will break out. It's not going to be the cleanest breakout here, as he has to move forward with those tanks. Meanwhile, Nidus into the main. tavo, does he react? Does he respond? The answer is late response. Yeah, late response here from tavo. There we go. There's the unload. Tank does siege up. tavo, he has to respond. Yeah, he has to respond to this. Another tank gonna go down. Dust him forward. Decent trades here from tavo. But that's a lot of roaches. He needs more tanks. Tanks, they're repositioning. Boys are being pulled. tavo, he will defend against this, but it's about how many SCVs he loses. So far, not many. He defends. He defends, cleans this up. tavo holds. He lost 5. 5 SCVs went down. And now he should expand. Now he should expand. Cristo, he's down to 5 roaches. 5 roaches. Another Nidus into the main. This can get a bit out of hand. As the Nidus will complete, no tanks in the main. How many roaches? 12. 12 roaches. The Marines can fight this. Yeah, the Marines are fine. Meanwhile, rotation towards the left-hand side. Tanks are exposed. Massive pickups. Yeah, tavo is being pulled apart. Losing those tanks is huge. Like, he still shouldn't die to this, but you can see here another Nidus into the main base. tavo having a hard time reacting. This Nidus will finish. Roaches, they dive into the mineral line. And tavo is losing too much. He's losing far too much here. tavo, he had the tools to defend. 100%. He had the tanks, he had the Marines, but alas, not quite in position. Here, this is a much better trade for tavo. And I should also emphasize here as well that I think I still favor tavo here, just because there's no third base. If there was a third, different story, but Cristo, he's still 2 base all in. He needs an expansion. Oh, tavo, he bleeds out a lot of Marines there. Bleeds out a lot of Marines. Nidus back into the main base. Oh, yeah, he's losing too much. Losing far too much here. Respecting the army too much as well. The CC almost goes down. It does have that tank, just barely, but it does get focused. Yeah, Cristo, this might just be too much. Like, despite not having an economy, despite long distance mining, he kills the natural base, kills the CC. Again, tavo, he had the tools to defend, he had everything he needed, but not in position, right? He just didn't have his army in position, whether it was in the main base or here at the natural. He was just torn apart. Now he's going for the Doom Drop across the map. But it's too late. It's too late here. Yeah, Cristo, he breaks through, gets on top of the tanks. Takes down both of them. And back at home, Cristo, does he have enough to defend? These drones are going to go down. That is some damage. For the most part, oh god, there's still too many roaches. Yeah, still too many roaches here. And 0 tanks. And tavo, we got to go. We're getting scrappy. Catching these workers is okay, but he needs more. He needs more than this. He's forcing a response out of the army. Getting to the natural, but here come reinforcements. tavo, he cannot fight this head on. He has to pick up. Has to pick up, has to pull away. This does give him enough time to like get more tanks, but he needs an expansion. Like right now he's running out of money. He's just running out of resources. He needs that natural. Of overlords. Another Nidus into the main base. Army pushes up the ramp. Clouds, they don't connect. Oh god, there are just so many roaches though. So many roaches. And tavo's being overwhelmed. The Marines, they need to pull back. Decent tank shots. Gets a queen. Like tavo, he's fighting very efficiently. Like these are very efficient fights with tavo. But he's starving. He's checking for a third, there is none. Dropping into the main, there's a spine crawler in each mineral line. Once again, forcing a response here out of his opponent. Still so many roaches though. Oof. So many roaches. Now you can see tavo trying to float out. You could argue they could have done this earlier, 100%. It's like floated CC out. As he's down to 2 patches. Yeah, he's starving. Down to 2 patches. And Cristo should not be pushing in at this point. Cristo's win condition here is just contain. Just contain. That's all he needs to do. And I don't think that tavo can ever break out. He's got 33 Marines, 3 tanks. The only way tavo can pull this off is that if he baits the army into tank range. If he can reposition his tanks and drag the army close enough, he can annihilate this force and then expand. But that's all that's what he has to hope for, is to fight with these tanks. You want ninja base here out of Cristo? Likewise, gets a queen, gets a drone, ninja base on the way. Tavo, again, he cannot fight this without his tanks. Yeah, and we're getting to a point here where soon Crystal can push up this ramp. Where soon he can just straight up kill tavo. Doesn't need to. Like, he's fine just getting his 3rd expansion. Like, again, when it comes to this floating CC, this could have been done sooner. Could have been done earlier. In doing so, he will find the ninja base. Let's go. As I think he did see the, yeah, he did see the transfer. So he will find the expansion. Oh, we've got a nice to respond. It's gonna get up and running. That's complete. The hatchery is... Oh, is it gonna go down? Can he get it? Oh, it's not gonna be worth losing all these Marines. It does get it. Barely. Does get the expansion. I still would like to see these tanks repositioned. Like, there's an overseer, that is true, and it's covering an area like this area here. It's a changeling. But like, it's the only way, because he's broke. Like, he has no money. Straight up, he has no money. But he could like set up his tanks here, for example, and clear up this creep and try to expand and try to force the fight within range of these tanks. Going for a Doom Drop. The Doom Drop has potential, true. Depending on how fast a reaction. Yeah, he does on siege, does unload. Oh god. Tries to rush into the natural. This is not the play. Here comes Road Ravager to respond. Oh god. And it's not gonna be pretty here. I mean, he does try to fight head on, but forced to lift up, doesn't have enough bio. Ninja base getting up and running. Could have just transferred the ninja by 9. I don't think that matters. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It gets a queen. He finally breaks out. Yo, can he finally expand? True. There's up all the creep. Finally can take a CC. I say that. Oh, Road Ravager setting up here outside. Now just into the main base. Someone's asking, does each worm cost any resources? Yes. It does cost money. And here we go, the final fight here. Does focus on every single tank. He can kite against the SCVs. And these are losses that tavo cannot afford, as he has no minerals, he has no income. These are all better here for the Zerg. And the Zerg may lose all these roaches, but it's worth it. It's totally worth it here. That is finishes. Yep, roaches into the main. And they can always come back home. Always come back. Is that a full wall? God damn it. As there's a full wall, so the roaches can't quite defend as well as they would otherwise like. But this is all that tavo has left. He does finally take his natural expansion. True. If only this base wasn't up and running. If this base wasn't up and running, then maybe, because the main base is also mined out for Cristo, and so is his natural. Like Cristo, he's also mined out of his bases, but tavo does not see that southern expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Otherwise, tavo could have won this game if this base wasn't up. Like, the base is up and running, fully operational. Now, Cristo can afford roaches. I mean, at least tavo does have an economy as well now. True. Going into the main. tavo, he does trade somewhat well here against the roaches, but oh god, he's being overwhelmed. And more nice runs finishing up. Do we have any tanks at home to defend? Oh, no shot. Yeah, no shot. As roaches, they move down to the low ground. There's 9 mining. Hopefully tavo doesn't float all of his buildings. Oh no, never mind. God damn it. So you might force Cristo to get a spire. Now right now, technically this is the correct thing to do. As in, if tavo believes that there is no ninja base, then there's no way to get a spire, which means he could force a draw. Like technically, tavo could try to force a draw. Like if he can cripple the economy without a spire, then he can force a game 4. That's a big if though. Speaking of, yeah, the spire's on the way. Spire's on the way. And the spire will ensure that there is no draw. Tavo, he finds a base. He does find it, he's aware. Stims over. He's in position. Now tavo sees just a full saturation. Trying to go for the Nidus worms. Doing what he can. The copium, baby, the copium. He's floating towards top left. I'm gonna try to migrate over. The mass migration. Fortunately, there's roach ravager here as well, so there's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. Yeah, so we go. Mutas are on the way. And again, that's the only thing, like, stopping tavo from leaving this game. I wouldn't be surprised if as soon as the mutas show up that, like, he GG's out. I mean, I guess he has potential with these Marines, and sure, he's, like, sniping queens. And even catching a couple of roaches. Atamutas are coming. Oh, no. Yeah, the mutas are revealed. It's a metamac. Please add a muta. Please add every muta check. God damn it. Throws away all his mutas. Not like this. This is gonna be a bad feeling for tavo, because he's gonna be thinking like, this guy's even throwing away his mutas. Like, how did I lose this game? Oh no. Feels bad, man. He's gonna get another muta. And another. Oh, barely not. Now Cristo just taking more bases, more expansions, greater economy. His base is getting up, but production's being camped. Oh, was trying to make a tank. Yeah, not gonna be able to. He actually made a wave of bio. Oh, okay. Like tavo, he actually has a bank. Oh, movement. Both players even. Gets another muta. And another. Like the 1-1 Marines, they trade well. Jesus. He just killed like 8 roaches and 3 mutas. God damn. Oh no, the Medivacs! Force 1 load. Gets 1 more muta. Not quite the other. Let's pull away. Pulls away. 2 base economy. Massing him now getting into corruptors. It's a more robust kind of way to deal with this. Making more marines. You can see here. I mean, there's still depots somewhere. Yeah, depots here. Top left. Like again, tavo with what little he has, he's fighting well with it. Which is why he's trying to squeeze out extra marines. He's doing what he can. But production gets found. Not again. Oh, can he get a medevac? No. Fairly not. Medevac is denied. Oh, look, that's transfuse. Sinitis. I mean, he will get some drone kills now, assuming he avoids the spine crawler. A couple of workers pulling away. Corruptors finally have arrived, and they can hunt down the medevac. Even if there's the unload, like the medevac can still be hunted down. You can see here tavo making more marines. Did lose his starport, so no more medevacs, just pure marine, no more draw play. Starport's being rebuilt top left. Copium or BM? I wouldn't say BM. I'd say Copium. Like this was tavo's game. Like tavo, he was in a really strong position earlier. This was on tavo. So I'm sure it doesn't feel good. Like it doesn't feel good to know you were in a better position, to have a really strong start as well, and then to die to the same cheese. For sure. Tavo trying to make a stand. And again, like Tavo's been trading well, but you know. There's now 3 bases up and running. Bunkers get broken. Yeah, and this is going to be tavo's final stand. Boys are being pulled. GG gets called, and CristoDorado does take down tavo 2-1 with the same cheese every game. GG. GG. GG, well played. Again, tavo, he had a really strong response in game 2 and even coming into game 3. Like tavo, he was in a better position, and that's most likely why he stayed in game 3 as long as he did. I mean, also it was game 3, right? He didn't want to lose the series. But again, that was on tavo. He did mess up when it came to his Nidus defense. Even though he had the army, he had the tools to defend, he was being torn apart left and right. He was overreacting to the Nidus swarms with everything. He wasn't leaving units behind, so Nidus swarms, they kept getting up. They kept getting up. Even though he was up in workers, he was up in economy, he was up in army, he was up like in almost every aspect. In the end, Cristo, he stuck in there, pulled him apart. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Cristo does take the series. Does take the series at 2-1, and with that, let's catch up. Let's catch up on the group and figure out where we are and where we are headed. Bam. Scrolling on over a big. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Besevenja. Thank you. Gracias, guys. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. To the 5 gifted subs to the community. Oh my god. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Help the amazing team reach their next goal. Este Turbo Quacker. Este Turbo. But thank you so much. 50 monthly points, nodders. Oh, the bits, Pappy, the bits. Let's go, let's go. But yes, we are more than halfway through the group. We just wrapped up. Tavo took down Mike Savage 3-0, took down Eva 3-0, and barely did drop that final series against Cristo 1-2. So Cristo does take a series here over Tavo. Same build, same all in every game. But again, Tavo did have varying responses throughout the games, and in the end, it was overwhelmed. Did overcome, and that leads us into some Zerg versus Protosses. We have Cristo versus Hunter in the next series. I'm curious if he does the same build against Protoss as well. Does he do like the same build every game? It's possible. It's very possible, to be honest. We have Tavo versus Hunter at the end. So we have 2 series remaining here in the broadcast. We are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, hydrate your Hydras, massage your Marines, and color your carriers. Once we wrap up, we're gonna be back here with Cristo versus Hunter, and then Tavo versus Hunter. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the group stage here of the Hispanic StarCraft II League of the HSL Group G. We are halfway through the group. We just wrapped up with all of Thavo's TVZs, where he had mostly success, but did stumble towards the end. CristoDorado did cheese the hell out of him with the same build 3 games in a row. Did eventually succeed and eventually did overwhelm and overcome. But now he's up against Protoss. Now he's up against Hunter. Hunter, of course, the Spanish Protoss player, is going to be stepping into the ring, and we'll see how he compares. We'll see how Hunter will perform, and whether or not CristoDorado, whether or not he has a different build here for this matchup, and whether he does, or if he doesn't, does he have one build for each matchup? I'm expecting cheese. I'm expecting aggression. We'll see how he performs. Let's go. Let us go as we are jumping into game 1, going to be on ley lines. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our blue Protoss player, our blue Protoss from land of Spain. It is Hunter. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the green Zerg player, the green Zerg himself. Also, the Italian Zerg living in the land of Spain. It is CristoDorado. Go. 14 pool. So this is already something different. Now, based on the series against Tavo, I expect cheese. I expect all-ins. I expect this to be a fast series. It is going to be a pool first opener out of Cristo. Meanwhile, Hunter setting up on the low ground, going for a gate expand. Probe scout across the map. Hunter will confirm what's going on. We'll see where this leads us. Is this going to be a roach rush? Is this going to be something different? I'm curious. We'll see where he takes us. Already, though, a different build, which I appreciate. Not the same build that we saw against Tavo, against Terran. But once again, I do want to say thank you so much to Pesavenga as well, or Pesavenga even. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. We appreciate the support as always. Gracias. Thank you. As the probe scout comes in, so it's 14 pool into a gas before expansion. I would say that Hunter, it is a misstep as he checks the low ground. He doesn't check the gases. This could just be pool first. True, it could just be pool first into a hatchery. He doesn't know if there are gases behind this. Early gas signifies aggression, signifies early lair, early link speed, early roaches, just earlier tech here before the hatchery. Hatchery now on the way. Is going to be Zealot first. Here we do have a 2-gate response out of Hunter on the low ground, which is what you want to do. Basically, 2-gate response means that we don't just have Zealots to defend, it means that we have adept follow-up, and we can punish the opposing player with Zealot adept early on. So this does give Hunter counterattack potential. The downside here is that it's going to be a delayed hatchery. It's going to be a delayed Nexus even. Nexus is going to be delayed. There we go. Second Zealot does arrive. Here come the Adepts. Now this should be 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts, and this should trigger a counterattack from Hunter. Back at home, Cristo has to be careful. He has to be worried for that. Gas is being taken. Ooh, skipping link speed. Skipping link speed into the lair. This is dangerous. Now there is going to be a safety spine crawler that will help defend the main base mineral line, but here comes that push. Here comes that early attack. And the Zerg player has to respond to this, has to respect this. The Queen is going to be under fire. Now, this is premature. Typically, the Protoss moves out with the second Adept, but the second Adept just now pops out, so this is an earlier push. And because that is not going to be able to achieve as much. Yeah, plenty of Lings. Queen's in position. Lings, they come in for this around. Ooh, they shut down the first Zealot. Massive pick-off. Yeah, that should not have happened. The first Zealot does fall. Second Zealot comes in, also going to get surrounded. This time, we do have some more support. Lings are going down. Adepts, they trade well here, but again, that second Adept was later. Or again, the push was just too early. So it has less power in it. And now we're down to 2 Adepts. Now, up to 3. Now, these Adepts, they can one-shot workers. They can one-shot. We have Glaives as a follow-up. Extra gateways. So Twilight counts with the extra gateways. I'm assuming it's going to be Glaives. We see Spine Crawler repositioning. Adepts say shade into the main. The Spine Crawler out of position. Oh, and drones are going to go down. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And Hunter, he is overwhelming. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Far too much damage here. So far, 5, 6 drone kills, getting up to 7, getting up to 8. Oof. 8, 9, up to 10 drones going down. Can we get 11? Not quite, but 10. 10 drone kills. Alongside 8 lings, and with that, Cristo, his economy is crippled. His economy is crippled. He did rush into the lair, but right now we don't know what this lair was going to be for. He's stuck redroning. He has to redrone, he has to resaturate. This could have been for Nidus all-in, this could have been for Roaches, could have been for 2-base Muta, could have been for 2-base Hydra even. True, that's also a build, I guess. There was potential for this, but we can see that we can't make anything. He's got an abundance of gas. He's got 500 gas in the bank, no link speed, and again, can't really do much with himself here. Meanwhile, Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts is the follow-up. Now, this is a different variation of Glaives in the sense that there's no Robo. There's no Robo, so there's no War Prison. It is going to be a Nidus all-in, but the problem is, what are we Nidusing? Slowlings. Oh, Nidus Swarm Host. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. As we're trying to get our 2-base saturation. So it's going to be a Nidus Swarm Host off of 2 bases here for the Zerg player. Adepts are going to hit first. Adepts are going to hit first, they're going to hit hard. But remember, no Robo means no War Prism, means no reinforcements across the map. So no War Prisms across the map. They're going to be back at home instead. There is that one Spinecrawler to hold the line. And that is the only thing keeping CristoDorado alive. There's no Roaches, there's 2 Queens, there's slow links to defend. It's really just one Spine. If this Spinecrawler falls, that's game. To be honest. And there's not that many Adepts. Into double star, Jesus. Honestly, if Hunter had gone for a Robo into Prism, into just more weapons across the map, he could just end the game. He could just end the game here. Oh no, the wall is wide open. Adepts, they just bypass the Spinecrawler, and there's no answer. There's no answer to this. I assumed that there was going to be at least a full wall, but the Spinecrawler is out of position, drone's going down, and that's it. That's just game. Drones, they cannot fight this. They cannot engage. The drones, they escape into the night. Let's go. They escape into the night. I mean, that's a way to keep them alive. Uh-oh. As long as it survives. We have Swarm Hosts popping out. Lings, they escape. They just run away from the Adepts into the Nidus. Let's go. In my mind, they're all just cramped in the Nidus. They're cramped in there, trying to hide. Adepts, they shade back into the natural. They can just wait out the Locust Wave, and they can just fight these 2 Locusts as well. Shading back in. They commit. Boys are being pulled, and we're going just into Mass Void Ray. Honestly, Hunter could do whatever he wants. Yeah, GG. I was gonna say, if Hunter wanted to, we could just keep warping into depths. So you just keep warping into depths and just send them across the map. Void Rage, a fancy way to end it. Unable to get into it though. GG gets called, and Hunter takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Glazer's 2-base Zerg is kind of suspect. I mean, I would say that, in a sense, yes, just because there was a higher chance that it was 2-base Roach, but because of the early economic damage, like, remember, winding it back, in the beginning of game 1, what happened? 10 drones were killed. He killed 10 workers at the start of the game. So because of that, I would say it's a good thing to just follow it up with 2-base Adepts. Like you see that in pro play as well. Like if you cripple your opponent, just go into Adepts as a follow-up. Like into Glaives as a follow-up, I should say. Even if there were Roaches, there wouldn't be enough Roaches to stop just because of the amount of economic damage done at the start of the game. If it wasn't for those early 10 drone kills, I would agree. But because of that damage, I think it's like pretty standard. As we're now getting into game number 2, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our blue Protoss from land of Spain. It is Hunter. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the green Zerg player from the land of Italy, living in the land of Spain. It is CristoDorado. Here we go. Going hatch first. Going hatch, pull. So far, this looks like the same build. Hatch, pull into delayed gases, into 2-base lair. What I should say, sorry, my apologies. I say this is the same build. I believe last game it was pool first, this time hatch first. So this is a little bit of a more economic start, but still later gases here from CristoDorado. Probe Scout does confirm this because this standard opener out of Hunter, and we'll see what Hunter goes for. Once again, we could see a Glaive Adept variation. We are on a larger map. Welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is a larger map. If we do see Glaives, I would want to see a Robo alongside it with a Warp Prism. Just so you can reinforce and have a little bit more mobility with it, just so you can get across the map faster as well. We'll see what opener Hunter goes for. Likewise, our eyes are also on CristoDorado here to see if he does go for the lair. As second gas, yep. Second gas is on the way. We've seen this before. This should be for Roachnitis. This should be for a fast lair. I believe this is going to be a 240 lair timing. So 240 lair timing into Roaches, into Nidus all in. This is the same build that he did against tavo. This is the same build that we saw against Terran. So he's walling up, getting ready for his lair. He should have the money for it. Yep, there it is. So 240 lair timing, as we did mention. So 240 lair into Roaches, into Nidus, into an all-in across the map. Oh, that is not a Roach Warren. Okay, so I had assumed that there was going to be a Roach Warren as a part of this wall for a Nidus Roach all-in. Because there's no Roach Warren here, he could be trying to go back into 2-base Swarmhost. Into Swarmhost instead. Okay, so he's building up. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of Hunter. This is looking like Glaives again. We'll see if he throws down a Robo. I'm not as fond of this build for Hunter if he doesn't have a Robo on Amygdala. He does scout a full wall here, a full wall on 2 bases. And we'll see how he does deviate here. Because of the full wall, now, I mean, there's no way in, right? Like, there's no way for Glaive Adepts to get in. So this could be a DT-based opener into Archon instead. And we'll see. As he stays in gas. 2 extra gateways, looks like the same response. Oh, there it is, DTs, okay. Dark Shrine, then into the gates. So DT opener instead. Overseer comes in for the scouts. This is actually, oh my, no, the scout gets denied. Second Overseer. This is a big commitment to the scout, actually. Double Overseer into the bases. But this also reveals that now Hunter knows it's 2-base lair. I mean, he didn't have confirmation before. I guess he could assume, but now he's aware of the lair timing. Ooh, hidden Roach Warren. So, a couple of things. First things first. Now, what this late Roach Warren means is that Roach Speed is late as well, right? The lair is done. We can afford Roach Speed. If the Roach Warren was thrown down earlier, then Roach Speed would already be in production. So this is a little bit inefficient. It's a bit of an inefficient way to get into like Roach Nidus. Nidus is on the way as well. +1 range, okay. So it's getting into Roach Nidus. Overseer gets hunted down. There is both Overseers actually were killed. Yeah, third Overseer on the way. Hunter will at least stumble across that Overseer. Oh, he does. Yeah, he does spot it. Does spot it. Does shut out the Changeling. Nidus Swarm is done. He's chasing down that Overseer. Trying to. He's looking. There is another Overlord here on the right hand side, and you can see it be activated. So it looks like he's trying to go for Nidus here. There is an Adept in position. So both these players being from Spain, it's possible that they both, I mean, that I should say Hunter is familiar with Cristo, because Hunter, it looks like he's getting ready for Nidus. Like, you can see pylons in the main base, Adept patrolling on the right, we do see the Adept patrolling on the left. He is preparing for Nidus play, and he does find another Overseer. I mean, it does look like he does nothing but Nidus-based play, so I'm sure he's a very predictable player. We saw that against tavo earlier, we're seeing that here. Infestation bit, that should be for Swarmhost. And Stalkers, they break out. And another Overlord. Blink is now done. As of course they go into Blink, so DT's into Blink. And actually, not Swarmhost, going into Infestors. Okay, Smikle is going to go down, +1 will finish. Roaches, they can hold their own. Nidus into the main base, Zealots are in position. The wall's being knocked down. That Nidus will not complete. Yeah, 3 Zealots is enough. Nidus outside of the bases. Observer does spot this. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Cristo. Nidus does complete. Hunter racing back home. There are DCs to defend, but there is detection. Yeah, Dark Templar they're dealt with. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They shut down the initial Nidus. Going for the Roaches. Yeah, this is going to be cleaned up. Completely cleaned up. Every single Roach is going to go down. We do have a Nidus in the main base, and no reaction so far here, but I don't think it matters. I think it's actually better for Hunter if this finishes. Like, it would be better, yeah, if Roaches get sent out because they're going to die. Yeah, the Roaches, it's going to be a one-way trip. Nidus Worm goes down. The Roaches are trapped. They're trapped in the main base. No. Yeah, again, this is just better here for Hunter. Shuts down the entire army. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left here. Nidus at the natural. Again, for this to finish is also better for Hunter. If he can target down that Nidus, he can trap the army. There it is. Blinks in. Gets 1 Roach. Gets 2 Roaches towards the end. Another Nidus into the main. And it's all being shut down. We have Swarm Hosts on the way. We're stuck on 2 bases. Right now, Hunter has a better economy, is in a better position. It is always difficult to make the decision to counterattack, but right now, Hunter looks like he's expanding. Yeah, taking a 3rd base. Taking a 3rd, is expanding, finds another Nidus, knocks it down. We can see Cristo going for a ninja base, top left, to try to maintain himself. If this was just a standard 3rd base, I think it's fine for Hunter to allow it to get up and running. Like, there's no rush. Oh, but he's pushing. This move, I mean, he does have a recall back home, so he can always recall if he has to, if he needs to. This does finish. Going for the Locust Wave. This base is going to be denied. And Hunter looks like he doesn't care. Looks like he's just committing. Another Nidus. Now, this is giving it is giving Cristo like a chance here to recover. Because that's a kill, not a cancel. It's a kill in the base. When Nidus Worm's on the way, Hunter just wants to go for the kill. And the reality is that Cristo cannot defend against this. He cannot deal with this army. Hunter, he's moving in. There's 1 Spine, 4 Queens, 1 Transfuse, and a Dream. We got the Slow Link support. Let's go. The Slow Links are here. Nidus finishes. There was that 1 Transfuse. Defensive Locust Wave. And Hunter overwhelms. There's just nothing here. There's nothing here. There's a couple of Roaches, a couple of Slowlings. Yo, the Fungal on the army. Let's go. Fungals the army. Alas, we can just still blink back. And Hunter, he breaks through. He breaks through that defensive line, dives on top of the main army. And with that, there's just nothing here. There's nothing here. GG gets called, and Hunter will take the series. We'll take the tour. GG. GG. Just catching up in the chat. Yo, shout out to Flipper Flapjack. God, oh my God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session and time looking at music as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the HSL. Welcome to the Hispanic Star League. We're in the group stage. We're in Group F. We're in Group G. We're in Group G. And Hunter will take the initial 2-0. But as a reminder, we are still playing out Game 3. All 3 games are played. And this will give Cristo a chance to recover as we get into the ace match. Again, we expect cheese. We expect all-ins out of our Zerg player here from our Protoss, though, has been looking very solid in the defense. So getting into that third game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have our Spanish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, leading the series 2-0. It is Hunter. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player living in Spain. It is CristoDorado. Ooh, 14 pool once again. So once again, 14 pool. I say once again, this is the same pool timing that he went for in game 1. So this is the same as game 1, going pool first into Lings early on. I'll be honest, I'm not too fond of pool first here on King's Cove. This is a very large map, long rush distance by ground. This means that if he wants to go for Ling aggression early on, it's going to be pool into gas. If he wants to go into Ling aggression, and he will, it will take longer to get across the map and longer to reinforce. So there's less of a chance for this to actually get damage. Hunter's coming with a probe scout. With this probe scout, he should confirm the late expansion, and he should confirm the early gas and early pool. So Hunter, he should be able to see everything, and he should respond with a Zealot. With a Zealot back at home and a wall. So far, Hunter, he dips in. Does dip in. Yep, he confirms the gas, the pool, the non-existent hatchery. He knows. And here come the 6 Lings. And there's plenty of time here to throw down that Zealot. Now, my concern here is that this feels like an overreaction. Basically, we do see Hunter, just like in game 1, going for a 2-gate setup, double pylon before expanding. I do think that, especially against a pool first on this map, you can be greedy and you can take a faster Nexus, still get the Zealot, of course. This is more of a 12 pool defense, if this was a little bit more committed. Regardless, he's going to be safe. He's going to be safe. He's going to be fine. He's going to be sound. This will also trigger the counterattack of the double Zealot, double Adept. If you remember, in game 1, the double Adept, really triple Adept, got 10 drone kills. And he basically won the game from there. He won the game from there. He got 10 drone kills. Then he followed up with the Glaive Adepts, if you recall. So we're expecting something similar here. As Lings, they poke in, they poke out. As we saw, they didn't really do anything. We do see a much earlier lair this time. We skip Ling speed, it was early gas into a 220 lair timing. 220. Very fast lair here by Cristo. Takes a faster second gas geyser as well. Now, with the lair this early on, I mean, we can't really afford like Roach Nidus, Spine Crawlers on the way. This feels like maybe Infestation Bit into Swarm Host, into 2-base Swarm Host Nidus. That's what this feels like, but we'll see. Like, Roaches don't make as much sense here. Just because, like, we don't really have an economy, or the tech, of course. Like, the Roach one would already be on the way. So this should be Infestation Pit. I say should. If you want to get really spicy, this could be 2-base Muta, and, like, insanely fast Spire. We can't afford it right now. He just doesn't have the money. That'd be crazy. We do have the Twilight Council response out of Hunter. Adepts and Zelda moving in. Lings to defend. They are slow, but they get a surround. Yeah, they get the surround. Zelda's going to be going down. Adepts, they shed into the main base. They get some drone kills. They get 1, they get 2 so far. 2, 3 drones going to be falling. That is good. He also gets a full scout. He confirms the lair. And he could snipe the queen, but the queen will survive. Crystal, he backs off. Now, we do have that wall off. Lair is done. At this point, we should be seeing tech soon. It is going to be the Glaive Adept follow-up. This is just like game 1. This is honestly almost just like game 1. There's the full wall. Triple Evo chamber. Very expensive wall as well. Triple Evo, Spine Crawler. Is going into Roaches. Once again, this fast lair didn't really accomplish anything. I guess it accomplishes an Overseer scout, but this is an expensive scout. Man, we got a 220 lair timing for an Overseer. It's crazy. It's not very efficient. It's not very efficient. Like, there's definitely ways to tighten up this all-in and this 2-base build. Yeah, it's gonna be Nidus Roach, not Nidus Swarm Host, not yet. But again, we can't really afford much at the moment, and we'll see if he can survive the Adepts. Now, this time, the Spine Crawler should be maintained here in position. This is still a weak point in the defense. This is still very much so a weak point in the wall. And we'll see how soon these adepts hit. As adepts are building up. They're building up at home. Stargate follow-up. Honestly, a really strong follow-up. Imagine defending against Roach play with like 1 or 2 Void Rays. Like, Void Rays are going to be insane here in the defense. Adepts move out. Overseer moves in. Hey, there's potential for the Nidus. Stalker's out of position. Oh, never mind. Never mind. No Nidus. Swarmhost will shut this down. Sorry, the Stalker will shut this down. Changeling waddling in. Here come the adepts. Remember, this spine crawl is the only thing keeping these adepts out. I say that we do have a full wall with another Evo chamber. Nidus into the natural. Do we have enough supply here? Do we have anything? There's nothing in the Nidus. Okay, it's not okay. There we go. Roach, they transfer, which is dangerous. The wall is being broken. Yeah, the wall is broken. Adepts are breaking through. Roaches, they get across the map. Nidus Swarm is going to go down. And Adepts take a shade into the bases. They can shade in. And they will. Yeah, they shade in, they shade past. Roaches are cleaned up. And there's very minimal defense. He gets into the mineral line. Lings, they're going to evaporate. There are a couple of Roaches to defend. True. That means they're going to get picked off. But they do defend. They do save the workers. One Roach goes down. The Adepts take shade in towards the natural. Oof. Now they turn and fight. Drones are going to fall. So far, 6, 7 drone kills. 7 drones go down. Cristo is down to 22 workers. 22 drones left. Barely an economy. This is basically a one-base economy. And we spoke about the Stargate Void Ray response. And there it is. Void Rays are coming out. They will completely shut this down. Like, nothing shoots up. Nothing shoots up. Nidus wouldn't even finish. And these Void Rays can hunt down the Overseers. Can hunt down the Overseers. He spots the Changelings. And now Cristo, he has to do something that he never does. He has to drone. He's forced to drone. Oh god, I'm still looking at this wall and I just see just like minerals. It's just, oh god, it's things that he can't afford. But he's forced to drone behind this infestation bit. That should be for the Swarm Host once again. Void Rays hunting down any stray Overlords. And there are some here on the right hand side. And true, Hunter, you can just push. For now, they're just going to be expanding. Going to expand. He can go into Blink. Fleet Beacon's on the way, getting into Sky Toss. Hunter's in control. He's in full control of this game, and Cristo, from here, I mean, Swarmhosts have potential. That is true. They have potential to nibble away at the bases and maybe deny the third. Link speed is on the way. 8-minute link speed. Let's go. Let's go. I don't think Hunter knows the timing difference. Not that I know it either. Well, the gases. The gases would be the tell, because a 12 pool doesn't come with gases, right? I mean, I guess it could be like a 13-12. I guess. But they still delayed expansion as well. True, true. Which there wouldn't be a base with a 13-12. So this tells. There are tells. What MMR is this? I guess Master is 1. Master's 1 to low GM, I believe, is the 2 players. So like low GM. That's nice. Worms are finishing up. Milo 4K. Yeah, this is like 5K, like 5K, 5.2 to 5.5, I would say. As we have more Nidus Worms, again, they're being spotted. So far, they're being shut down. But you're right, the ladder can be a wild place. So like playing safe might just be the call to make. It also depends. Like I don't know if Cristiano or CristoDorado ever goes like 13-12 or anything like that. Like historically, Nidus wave coming in, Locust wave even, more Stormers being shut down, or more Nidus Storms even. And the question becomes, what shoots up in the Zerg army right now? Okay, so we got drones, we got roaches, we got swarm hosts, we got 2 queens. Sorry, 3. We got 3 queens for Crystal. That's a little anti-air. That's crazy. Spire is on the way, and that will help against the Sky Toss, but it's still in production, and Hunter should be pushing soon. Right now, these swarm hosts, they're at least buying time. They're buying time, and they're keeping the Protoss player back home. You can see he's targeting the bases. But eventually, Hunter's gonna push. And when he does, he's not gonna stop. Yeah, he's pushing. he's moving out. At this point, he can afford to throw away some probes. The Spire is almost done, but then you have to wait for the Corruptors, and even then, there's not that much money. There's not that much resources for Corruptors either. And here comes Hunter. That's a kill, not a cancel. Now moving in. Oh. Nice, pulls away. Takes down another base. Or takes down another queen. We got some Locust waves coming in. But the carriers, they're fine. They can just shut this down. We have 6 Corruptors in production. That will help. Void Ray getting low. Now, depending on how the Corruptors engage, they can maybe focus on the carriers, but there's no ground army. Like, the ground army is struggling, Stalkers and Zealots are breaking through, Final Queen goes down, and that should just be too much. Should be too much at this point. Hunter moving in. Yeah, catching up the Corruptors, and they can't target them the carriers. It's not going to happen. There's just too many carriers, too much Sky Toss, too much Ground Toss even. And Hunter, he will claim the series. CristoDorado, he was a little bit more successful with his cheese against tavo, but less so here against Hunter. Here, less so. As he will lose the Nidus. GG gets called, and Hunter will take the series 3-0, taking down CristoDorado. GG. GG. Should be more optimized. Should be. I mean, the ladder can still be a chaotic place. Can still be very chaotic, regardless. GG. Like, for example, what Cristo is doing here in these games is not standard. It is not optimized. Regardless. So it's fine. It's fine. GG, well played. With that, Hunter, he will claim the series. Shout out to Cristo though for again having an entertaining series. Non-stop all-ins, slight variations here and there when it comes to the opener. Slight variations. And with that, Hunter does claim it. Very well done, very well played. And that leads us into our final series, of the broadcast here. Again, this is my first time casting Hunter. I'm unfamiliar with him. Based on what I saw in that series, it does look like Hunter is very familiar with Cristo's playstyle. Especially because in game 1, it felt like he was almost blind countering Nidus without seeing it himself. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's all that Cristo does on the ladder and that they faced on the ladder before, or even in regional tournaments in Spain. That would not surprise me. But what about Tavito? Because here we go. We saw Tavo popping off earlier against Zerg. He did get shut down by Cheese. But how does Hunter compare to a Terran player? A much more standard Terran at that. Tavo, he's not too chaotic when it comes to his builds, when it comes to his play. He's more of a reactive player, more of a standard player. That might be different though against Protoss. We do see a lot of Terran aggression in TVP, like double gas openers, 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, pull the boys. I wouldn't be surprised if Tavo was that kind of player to like end the game early against Protoss. But here we go. We are jumping into our final series of the broadcast. TVP. Let's go. Oh, I'm ready for my ceviche. God, this is just making me hungry. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the Spanish Protoss player, the blue Protoss. Oh, it is Hunter. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Peruvian Terran player, the purple Terran. He is Tavo, aka Ceviche. Ceviche. I haven't had ceviche in months. I need some. It's been too long, far too long, far too long. No. There we go. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. And our eyes are going to be on Hunter for on both players here. We're going to be loading into King's Cove. King's Cove, of course, being one of the larger maps of the map pool. Very large map. Long rush distance by ground. Very defendable bases. Defendable natural. Defendable third base. Getting into the mid game, getting into the late game is more common on King's Cove. So we'll see if we can get there. Again, Tavo comes off to me as a player that, I mean, we saw a lot of macro against Zerg, but I would expect him to be a little bit more aggressive against Protoss. But we'll see. We'll see as, hello. Before we can talk about aggression from the Terran, Hunter going for a proxy across the map. The cheese continues from a different player in a different form, but there is no reason for the Pro to be down here. So show us the pylon. Where are we dropping? It is going to be waiting for the Cybercore. Cybercore's on the way. This might be a proxy. So this wouldn't be a bad location for a proxy Stargate for an Oracle opener to rush into Oracles into the mineral lines and get economic damage. So this could be proxy Oracle. The other thing this could be is a Twilight Council into proxy Dark Shrine even. That is a build in this matchup and we have seen that work before. We'll see. Okay, Stargate. This is more standard. So this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is an aggressive build, and it is designed to get economic damage, but this is not designed to end the game. So Stargate opener, proxied across the map for the Oracle. Back at home we expand. Okay, so we're settling in. We're not too crazy, not too crazy. SCV is denied. And back at home we have a economic opener, right? Economic opener. Rax into gas into CC. So economic build here by Tavo. So he's getting the safety bunker on the low grounds as he has a delayed factory. Zealot does dive in and will delay the bunker and attempt to delay the CC. Oh, will do so by a couple of seconds. Does delay. Now, because of this opener as well, there is a high chance that we will not have a Cyclone. We'll see if we go for a Tech Lab into Cyclone early on. Ooh, opening up Hellion. Yeah, he's opening up Hellion here. Oracle's already on the way. There's not much anti-air. This Oracle, he can pop off. And this mineral line is very exposed. Now, does he wait for his second Oracle? There are some players that wait for their second, but Hunter is just going right in with his first. First Oracle going into the main. Likewise expanding back at home. SVs are going to be going down, but how many? So far Tavo, he does react well enough. He pulls away in time, losing one. Losing one SCV, losing a second, losing a third. 3 SCV kills. Denied mining in the main base. And again, he just doesn't really have much anti-air. He's going to be losing even more here at the natural. There's 4 Marines to defend. Oracle is out of energy. Whew. And that could have been a lot worse. 5 worker kills. But the second Oracle's coming. Okay, second Oracle comes in. Right now, Hunter distracted. Hellion gets into the mineral line, gets a full scout. Oracles pull away. That one Oracle could actually overwhelm these Marines and focus them down. But Hunter does back off. And Tavo defends. Tavo, he defends. Again, this could have been a lot worse. This should have been a lot worse, to be honest. But Tavo, he doesn't get punished. We do have the Cyclone to defend the natural. Does get the lock on. There's a repair. And Tavo defends. Ooh, Tavo, he does defend. And so far, this opener from Hunter, it was okay. The Oracles are at least still alive. They can always come back in and find more damage. But this was a little bit lackluster here for Hunter. He did want some more damage. So he goes back in. Gets a Revelation, confirms a 1-1-1. Confirms no Tech Lab on the starport, so there's no Banshee play. Setting up stasis traps. Knows that he's safe back at home. Now this is going to be delayed blink out of Hunter, but for the most part, Hunter, he has map control at least. And tavo should not move out anytime soon. Like tavo, he should be stuck at home until stim. So until then, he's just going to be saturating, building up on 2 bases. He's building up. And we spoke earlier how King's Cove is known for longer games. We're headed in that direction. We are heading in that direction here. As Hunter is moving out. He will have high ground vision, so he can try to contain his opponent. I would say that right now the goal for Hunter is just to delay the third. Delay the third base for as long as possible and claim his own. Likewise, delay any kind of push out or any kind of move out as well from tavo. So Hunter going for the right moves. He's containing. Does contain. Revelation in the main. He can blink in. And honestly, yeah, that was looking vulnerable. Stalkers, they go for the dive, they focus on the Marines. Getting 1, 2, 3, 5, getting every Marine in the main base. Cyclone is exposed. And tavo, he is hurting here, trying to respond. Nice lock ons. Forces the army out. tavo, he does defend. And what's important about that trade is that he mainly lost like Marines. Like, Marines are very expendable, they're not very expensive. He lost maybe a couple of SCVs, a couple more. These are still acceptable losses here for tavo. He scans, he confirms a third base.
Real dust up at that base of yours.
Oh. Takes down the depot. Oh. Takes down the depot. Oh no! Stasis doesn't quite go off. Whew. tavo does skirt around the right-hand side, does barely avoid that stasis trap. Is moving out. Now the Revelation has full sight of this, so we do see Hunter getting ready back at home. Este Hyper 1 with the replay redeemed. Okay. Not today though, not today. We'll be casting it next time. But we'll get onto that replay eventually. Hyper 1's replays are infamously like an hour long. He's an animal, Pap. He's an animal. Este Hyper 1. Shaking my head. You cast them off from now. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm glad we're on the same page. we have that understanding. I need to mentally prepare for your hour-long games, Hyper One. I need to mentally prepare. Oh no. As Hunter does shut down tavo. Oof. Yeah, Cyclones go caught, has to race back home, no bunker on the high ground. And Hunter, with charge, he can break this, to be honest. Like, Hunter, he can break this position. But he's playing it safe. He backs off for now. Does rotate. Up! Revelation on the army. Hunter pulling away. Doesn't attempt to dive in. Just getting his third base fully saturated. Building up towards splash damage. And likewise, tavo building up as well. We should be seeing a third command center. Oh wait, yeah, we have one. Let's go. Third CC is already done. Going to be landed on location, and now we can now enter the mid game. We have had a bit of a back and forth, and for the most part, Hunter has had map control. That's about to change. Once the Terran player gets their third base up and running, they're able to now skyrocket ahead when it comes to their army supply, with a more efficient army as well, getting into Ghost production, getting into Vikings, getting into Liberators, and alas, Hunter will have to relinquish that control and soon back off. I mean, he already has. Widowmine's getting in position, double drop on the right hand side. Hunter, he is thankfully at home to defend, so he should be able to respond to this. So we are just going to settle in. Ghost production has begun. We're waiting for our... Oh, jeez. Hunter, calm down. It looks like the storm is done. He was just testing his storm. It's fine. Storm is ready. Double Oracle into the third. Turret's in position. He's got his turret, he's got his SimCity. That one should be fine. He will stumble across the proxy Stargate, finally. We'll find it. Ooh, as the first Oracle goes down to the turret, Stargate finally is going to get picked up. Again, both players just building up. Just building up at this point. When it comes to Hunter, I'm a little bit concerned. He does have some storms, that is true, but ideally you do want multiple forms of splash damage. You want Storm and Colossus alongside each other. It also forces out like Viking response out of your opponents, then you go into Disruptors. Having purely Storm here means you're heavily reliant on avoiding those EMPs, and remember, there are plenty of ghosts. There's also no War Prism, so a War Prism is usually here to help hide the High Templar in the War Prism. Speaking of, War Prism is in the main. Army dives in, shows his EMPs. EMPs do pop up. There's the first Storm. Just one Storm. Yeah, only one Storm. The EMP did connect. More Storms coming in. Tries to pick that third base, getting into the mineral line. The last tavo, he will shut this down, takes down the Archon, zones away the army, double drop into the natural. Hunter pulling back, and forced to recall. Tavo defends. Tavo, he defends, hunts down the prism, forces back the army, and holds. And now Hunter forces transition. This is a late transition. The Bay is now on the way. We spoke earlier about the importance of diversifying that splash damage and getting into Colossus. Hunter, he found out the hard way as he got the majority of his High Templar EMP'd. Like, there was only one High Templar that avoided the EMP, so barely any storms. And now he needs Colossus. Does need Colossus. Jesus. Going for a massive DT counterattack. Let's go. Moving out with the Dark Templar. Oh, does spot the Oracle. And likewise, he spots the ETs as well. He had a turret in position. Tavo does defend. And Tavo's maxed. Tavo, he's maxed out. And Hunter, his macro has been slipping. He's at 150 supply. He's down 50 supply here. Despite the fact that honestly, his economy has been untouched. He's been late to take a fourth. Late to saturate. Late to tech up as well. So Hunter, he is vulnerable. He's very vulnerable at the moment, and Tavo, he breaks out. In the early to mid game, that's where Hunter did seem the strongest. But as we mentioned, like, his macro has been slipping here. High Templar going to be going down. He's got 1, 2, 3 High Templar. Massive pickoffs. There's one Storm. Shots going up. Oh, brutal connections. Oh my god, so many Widow Mines. Jesus. Just a field of mines. DTs, they do break through across the map. Not bad. Getting into the mineral line. Pulling away for now. Disruptor has arrived. No Colossus, just Disruptor. That was moving in. Yeah, the Nova now on cooldown. Tavo still maxed. And Sims forward breaks through those else. There's one Nova left. Sorry, two Novas. Oh! They can pop up. Novas, they will connect. Splits are not good enough, but it may not matter. Yeah, it may not matter. Massive connection. So many ghosts go down. But Tavo, he just stims in. He just stims in regardless. Does push forward. Another EMP pops up. Cyclone of the early game locks onto the Disruptors. Disruptors go down. Do we have a scan? Oh, we do. Doesn't matter. Forced to pick up. But Tavo, he's done it. Tavo, he's broken the back of Hunter. Hunter, he barely has an army left. He lost the expansion, the mineral line. Tavo, he also lost a lot of SCVs, still losing more to the Dark Templar. A lot of SCVs went down, but he has the army. does have the army. Likewise, drops to the low ground. And Hunter's just being pulled apart at this point. He's being torn apart. He can't keep up. Can't defend. Probe's going to be going down. And with that, tavo, he's now able to just expand, get a 4th base, get into 3-3. He can't quite kill Hunter yet, and this is also part of the map. I mentioned before, if you remember, that King's Cove is one of the largest maps in the map pool. It takes a long time to walk across the map, so Tavo unable to reinforce. The DTs are keeping me at home, so we're now going to settle down. We're going to settle down, get a 4th base, max out once again before moving out. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on Hunter. He has to be active. He has to do something across the map. If he can land a couple of Novas and escape, then he can recover, right? Like, he can slowly just out-trade the Terran army. He can't just move in, though. Be careful. We can't just attack in, we can just poke in and get a couple of Novas off, get a Storm off, and then get the hell out of there. He can't fully commit. Meanwhile, Tavo can. Sims in. Now CMP. Sims forward. Tanks the Storm. Up! Nova's going off. Massive connections. But that way he takes the fight. He just takes the fight. He commits. GG gets called, and Tavo will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take the first game, does take lead in the series. Hunter did play well, though. Did play well in the first half when it came to the Oracle harass, when it came to the Stalker follow-up. I do think that Hunter had some good moments, don't get me wrong, but didn't really scale too well into a longer game, which is what King's Cove is known for. But now we're going to be loading into a smaller map, and maybe this is where Hunter can have more success. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Spanish Protoss player, the red Protoss. Sorry, I'm just setting up the colors. Bam. The red Protoss player, it is Hunter. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Peruvian Terran player, the purple Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Tavo. Here we go. Now, last game, Tavo, he was also playing very economically. He went for a single gas opener, Rax expand into more defensive play early on, which makes sense on some of these larger maps, but coming into a smaller map, I would expect him to be a little bit more aggressive instead. I mean, in general, aggression can be more favored here. We'll keep an eye on both Tavo and on Hunter. Meanwhile, big shout out to Just Jordan in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Hope you had a great time covering the OC Elite Rising Star. Oh my god. Hope you had a good time. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. So we are settling in. Again, OC Elite Rising Star is a great event. It's an event that really showcases more up-and-coming players, more, I mean, still pros, but like maybe more sometimes semi-professional players of the like. Hope you had a good time. Meanwhile, once again, Economic Opener going for the faster CC here from the side of Tavo. Likewise, across the map, Standard Opener out of Hunter, going Gate, Cyber, Expand from our Protoss. Last game, we had Hunter going for the proxy pylon into the proxy Stargate. Likewise, our eyes are on this probe. This time, no proxy. Cybercore is done. Looks like the tech is going to be thrown down back at home. As the SV does poke in. And probe's just coming in for a rescout. No proxy shenanigans this time. Tavo is setting up. And we'll see what tech he goes for. It could be a Twilight Council, Stargate, or Robo. All three forms of tech are viable here. On a smaller map, I would suggest away from Stargate play, but ooh, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Hunter. Bold move, bold move. Now, Stargate openers can be quite risky just because you leave yourself vulnerable to early game pushes. It was okay last game on King's Cove just because of the size of the map, but coming into Ultra Love, this is where I'm a little bit more concerned, assuming that Thavo's going to be able to punish that. For now, Thavo's in the dark, checking his vision here. Thavo, he, I believe, did skip his Reaper. Yep. He skipped his Reaper, so there's no follow-up Scout. Likewise, he's skipping his Hellion as well, so there's no Reaper Scout, no Hellion Scout either. Thavo does not know what's going on, doesn't know it is a Stargate. Instead, opening up with a Mind Drop. Which means Hunter should be safe. He should be safe, he shouldn't be punished for this. It is going to be an Oracle opener out of Hunter, back at home. And Thavo will soon move out with that medevac. Medevac is going to be soon on the way. Back at home, we should be opening up Oracle into a Twilight Council. There's not a Phoenix-based opener, which would be a more heavy commitment in Phoenixes, like into Robo or into Charge. This does look like a very similar build to last game, except no proxy this time. But looks very similar. The Oracle does hit the natural. Marine's somewhat in position, but getting one SCV so far. Gets a Mule. So one SCV and one Mule. Decent damage getting up. A second SCV. Gets two, gets three. Oh my god. Gets three workers. Pulls away. Second Oracle moves out. And behind this, we should be seeing that transition into Twilight Council. Into Blink. Gateways are on the way. Likewise, Mind Drop coming in, does react in time. Oh. Thankfully does notice that only one shot went off. Not getting a second. Of course, Thavo now knows what the opener was, this is where the Stargates. Going for a Raven response into Interference Matrix. This is a little bit old school. This is often not seen, and we'll see if he cancels Interference Matrix. As Oracles, they pick off two more SCVs. No Cyclone to defend, going into tank production instead. And without those Cyclones, there's no secure way to hunt down these Oracles. Now, the Interference Matrix is a bit of an oddity just because this used to be meta. This used to be very trendy back in the day when Robo openers were more common. As we can see, it is not a Robo follow-up, it is a Twilight Council Blink-based follow-up, a Gateway-based army. If this was right into Colossus, then the Raven would be amazing, but here it isn't. Now, this is a faster Robo compared to last game, so this may be a faster transition into Colossus anyway, not into Storm. If that's the case, then these Ravens will have a place in this game, but otherwise it's going to be an interesting one. We'll see. So far, he's just setting up back at home. Raven chilling at the natural. And we'll see if a Hunter throws down a Bay or throws down the Temple Archives. As Robo has completed. Hunter getting into his third. Setting up defensively with all the stasis traps. And we're still waiting for that tech. Right now the gateways are finishing. Blink is almost done. He can soon be active on the map. Without Blink, it's risky. Meanwhile, Tavo not going for a 2-base all-in. Getting a third TC, extra maxes. Building up into Stim before moving out. And is the... okay. Tavo opening up Raven into Interference Matrix, just kind of like almost a blind counter here. If it was going to be Storm again, he'd be in trouble, but a good read. Good read. He just assumes that, hey, if he lost with Storm in game 1, he's probably going to play Colossus in game 2. That works well. which means the first two Colossus, they're going to be vulnerable here. They're going to be vulnerable to the Interference Matrix, to the Disables. Tavo, he has potential with his move out. A lot of potential. So here we go. Yes, he is expanding. 1-1 is finishing up. Tavo, he can now push out. Colossus is on the way. That's what the Raven is for. Likewise, that's a lot of stasis. Jesus, that's a lot of stasis traps. Even more on the way. Shout out to the NG overcharge. First stasis gets found. So does the second. Tavo, he sees this. He's like, what the hell? I sit there, there's so many. Anti-armor missile goes off. Still enough energy here for another disable. You can just disable the immortal if he wants to. But I'm moving in. Gaining ground up. Mind Shot shuts down the initial Oracle. Raven taking a lot of hits. Second Oracle goes down. Another anti-armor missile. And you just can't engage. Like, this army just cannot engage, cannot move in. Auto Tower is thrown down. The base is going to fall. Massive pickup. And there's no charge. No shot is no charge. Colossus has arrived. He's collapsing in. He's going for it. Does catch the army unsieged. Yeah, tanks are getting caught out. Forces the pickup, but he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. The Raven does survive. And Hunter holds. Hunter defends, but he lost the expansion. He lost the third base. At what cost? Hunter, he's supply blocked. Tavo, he's up 50 supply. Has plenty to work with. Doesn't have energy for a disable, but he's fine. There's only one Colossus. And GG gets called. There's not enough left. And Tavo, he will take a 2-0 lead and claim the series. GG. GG. Tavo, he will take it. Again, just relatively safe play here out of Tavo. Like, he's not doing anything fancy. He's just building up on two bases, you know, slowly taking a third, just building up his army. This time he did have a more tank heavy composition, but as we mentioned on Ultra Love, these earlier move outs are more effective because the map is smaller, so he's able to push out and make use of those tanks earlier, and even make use of the Raven. Interference Matrix never came into play, but still made use of it nonetheless, and had potential for Raven play or Matrix play later. GG well played. Now, as a reminder, we're playing at all three maps. All three maps are being played out, regardless of scoreline. So we're jumping into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the red Protoss player from Spain down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can bring it back here and put a point on the board. It is Hunter. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the purple Terran player, the purple Terran from land of Peru, representing Xeratus Esports, leading the series 2-0. It is Tavo. Someone actually knows what I was up to. Yeah, I watch all the StarCraft. that's all we do here. Con los patitos. Oh, the StarCraft. Valor. Hunter does move out. And welcome one and all for the first time tonight actually on El Dorado. Unfortunately, Cristiano Ronaldo, or Dorado even, he did not play on this map, unfortunately. CristoDorado, shaking my head. But at least we made it. We made it. We're here. And so far, every game Hunter has opened up Stargate. He's gone for a Stargate opener every time, and with mixed success. I would say game 1 was the best time for him, where he was able to get those SCV kills and gain map control. Game 2, less so. He got, what, 3 worker kills, 3 SCVs, he got a mule. The Oracles themselves didn't really have much value. He couldn't really slow down the main army, thanks to the Raven opener. Had plenty of detection. Stasis traps didn't really connect. So I'm hoping for something different here, especially on El Dorado. Hello, probe. So probe does move out. And we could see another proxy. So there we go. Yeah, the probe is kept in the center. Behind this, it is an economic opener. I should emphasize that as well. Economic opener out of tavo, 3 games in a row, just going for a single gas, Rax expand. Once again, tavo, he does skip his Reaper. He skips it. He does go for the SCV scout, but he does skip his Reaper. He did skip his Hellion last game as well. So tavo, he's not really concerned with scouting in the early game. He's just content to play this out. And hey, it's been working. It's fine. Who needs scouting? As, oh, for the first time, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Hunter. Is this where we see a pylon into Proxy Dark Shrine? Gibbs, papi, Gibbs. Maybe I'm getting too hopeful here. But it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Robo's on the way. Which means unlikely to be a proxy. Oh, never mind. I was going to say unlikely because the Robo means, or the Robo typically signifies a War Prism. But, we could hide that Dark Shrine. I was joking, but it's possible. Not exactly lined up. Twilight Council is done. The pylon, oh, there we go. There it is. Let's go. I think the probe is trapped, by the way. the probe does lock itself in between the buildings and the cliff face. But it is going to be Proxy Dark Shrine. And this can end the game. Now, we've seen players die to this before, like Byun, infamously. Byun, he just insta-GG'd when DTs arrived. The reasoning for this, if tavo, if he mules at the wrong moment, when DTs waddle in, that's game. That's game then and there, so he has to be careful here, or we have to keep an eye on that. Behind this, Cyclone opener, Widowmine's in position, getting ready for the drop across the map. No Raven. Here comes that mine drop. And there is a tech lab on that starport, so this could just be naturally a tech lab on starport into Raven. If this is a Raven, that's the other thing. One, Hunter, he has to hope that tavo mules at the wrong moment. He also has to hope that Tavito doesn't make a Raven. If he makes a Raven, I mean, he's fine. Oh no. Raven, yeah. Raven opener. We have Indifference Matrix once again on the way as well, which I still don't really enjoy that we're going for this upgrade, but regardless, you know, I guess it has some utility. Still very expensive. But Raven's on the way, so plenty of detection. These DTs, they shouldn't get much done. Shouldn't. Prism is moving in. It says best of 3, but it's already a 2-0. Yes, once again, this is a best of 3, and all 3 games are played. All 3 games are played. So if this is a 3-0 or a 2-1, I mean, all 3 games are going to be played regardless. This is not a best of 5. This Hunter is taking his 3rd. And we should be warping in those Dark Templars soon. There we go. 4 Dark Templar warping in. Hunter does hit the main base. DTs, they do dip in. Where's the Raven? Raven has to respond. The Raven was at the natural. SCVs are going to be going down. A decent damage. And from here, there's a recall back home. Does get the hell out. Whew. Does pull out. That's going to be, oh, 2 SCV kills and 2 Marines. Oh, the Prism went down. The Prism was sniped. I didn't quite notice that with the Prism falling. That was a better trade here for tavo. Tavo, he defends, shut down the War Prism. He does protect his bases, and now tavo can expand and take a 3rd. Expand and take a 3rd base. From here, we'll take his 3rd base. And we have yet to really diversify into any splash damage yet. Just for now, going into Archon production. Mindro comes in. Oh no! Oh, late to pull away. Massive connections. Yeah, brutal connections here. Going to be 9 probe kills in total. Very nicely done. Guess 9 workers. Does pull away. And alas, Hunter, he has to commit. Yeah, he's moving out. Now, Hunter, he went charge instead of blink first, which is surprising to me. So he rushed into charge. He's got Archons. Ideally, he can take a fight out in the open. Pushing up a ramp into this is not going to be possible, though. We have Sim City, we have a tank, no bunker at least. But pushing up this ramp is not going to lead to much success here. Not against this kind of setup. Oh, it looks like he's committing. Widow Mines are borrowed. Bio Army is ready. Another mine drop, kills more probes. And he commits. It does commit off the ramp. Massive mine shots going off. Zelsei melts and he gets affected. Again, this kind of army is not really built to break a siege position. This army is built to fight out in the open. So, yeah, Hunter, he finds out the hard way, runs into a brick wall. Now tavo can expand. And across the map, 14 kills in total. That was an extra 4 probes going down. Widow Mines get saved, so he can just go back in. This is the same 2 Widow Mines, by the way. Getting more damage. And Hunter is struggling. Back with the prism. Zelt's back into the main. So he's going to be going down. tavo, he just commits across the map. Ooh. And Hunter, he doesn't really have much at home to defend. Turret goes off. Missile goes off, I should say. Missile goes off. Massive connection. Zelt's wreaking havoc in the main. SCVs are going down. tavo, he commits. He doesn't care. He stims in. Yeah, he stims. He can stim and he can win. Zelt's coming from behind. Nice around. Not a bad engage towards the end there for Hunter. tavo still trying to go for the kill. Back at home, Zelt's cleaned up. tavo, he barely doesn't get the Archon. Whew. Hunter holds. Hunter, he holds on. Nice around towards the end. Meanwhile, across the map, how many SVs went down? 19. 19 workers. Almost the entire mineral line, actually. Jesus. That's a lot of economic damage. tavo, he's still ahead economically, but not as far as he should be. Like, tavo, he should be up 20 workers by now. But alas, only slightly ahead in the workers. Still in a good economic game state, but again, not where he should be. And Hunter, he's in this. Oh, guys, way too soon. Oh my god, Hunter pulls away too late. More probes going down. Not like this. Again, these are still the same 2 Widow Mines, by the way. They just keep coming back in. They just keep going. They keep going. 24 kills in total. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, tavo massing up Ghosts. Ghosts are now on the way. Likewise, setting up in the main. Hunter, does collapse in. Massive storms popping up. Yeah, tavo takes the storms to the face. Likewise, Hunter pushing in. He's got more storms coming in from the back line. He's got 3 more High Templar. Now, Hunter, economically, he's struggling. That is true, but his main army is still looking quite strong. The main army is quite strong. Throws down another storm. So it's back tavo. Hunter, at this point, he has to keep going, though. He has to break the 3rd or get some economic damage. Ghosts are amassing. EMPs are available. Hunter, he rotates. tavo, he's holding on. The mine drop comes back in. This time, finally, the Widow Mine goes down. Hunter, he defends. Hunting down the medevac. We'll miss it, though. Medevac does escape. Tavo, he's just defending. I mean, after those losses, he's just kind of securing himself, getting to 3-3, 4th command center on the way. Tavo is going to be the first to max, the first to move out, and we've been here before. We spoke about this, I think it was on King's Cove even, where we do need some more splash damage. Right now, we're heavily reliant on Storm, where are the Colossus or Disruptors. There's only 2 Vikings for Tavo, so Colossus would be ideal here in this moment. Uh oh. Prison coming in. Getting ready for the storm. Does get ready. Wouldn't mind do zone away. Tavo moving forward. As the prison comes in from behind, the mine shot's gonna be popping up. Oh, EMPs do connect. Yeah, wouldn't mind say pop off. They shut down the High Templar. No more storms. And now Tavo can just stim in at the same time. They'll run by and run into the bunker. Bunker does defend. Tavo pulling away for now. Here come the reinforcements. And again, what did Tavo snipe there? He sniped the Prism and 4 High Templar. There's 5 High Templar warping in. They're gathering energy. They need more time. Still no Colossus. He's staying on a lower gas count, just now taking his gases. Hunter trying to hold on, but Tavo, he's here. He has arrived. Again, give him a macro game. And Tavo, he can pop up. Maybe less so against Cheese and against all-ins, but against Mac. Oh god! Clem, calm down. Takes a Storm to the face, still breaks down the army, gets over the Nexus. Storm's gonna be coming in. And one final Storm, but GG gets called. Tavo, he breaks through, he breaks the main army, and Tavo, he will claim the series 3-0. GG. GG, well played. Davito, he will claim the series, and he will advance on out of Group G in first place. GG. GG, well played. He will come out in first place. Again, a very intense group here, and we did have Tavo bleeding and dropping some maps and dropping some series even. Was on an easy road for him. Let's catch up. Let's catch up on the group itself. Again, we saw Tavo able to take down most of his opponents 3-0, but if you recall, it was CristoDorado that did actually bring Tavo down 2-1 with the non-stop Nidus all-ins. Again, game 3 was very smudged. Like Tavo, like you could see, especially with how long he stayed in game 3, where he knew that he had everything he needed to defend, but he did slip up. He did slip up, and he did make some mistakes, and in the end, everything went south. He did lose that game. He did lose that series. Likewise, you had CristoDorado attempt the same cheese against Hunter, or similar cheese against Hunter, but Hunter likewise did shut it down. But we saw in longer macro games and more standard game states, Tavo, he was able to overwhelm Hunter and win that final series. GG. GG, well played. Tavo comes out in first place. Quickly double checking here, who comes out in second? Who comes out in second place? Second place goes to in Group G. Yet to be determined here. Currently, Hunter is in second place. I say currently because I believe there is still more matches to be played. There's still a couple more matches, so it's still between Hunter and Cristo. And CristoDorado could still go to either one, depending on whether they win or lose their next matches. So there's still a couple of matches remaining here. And again, ideally next week we should be wrapping up the group stage. We have 2 groups left. We have Group H and Group E. So we have a couple of groups remaining. So hopefully we can wrap them up next week, as the playoffs are April 12th. April 12th, the weekend of April 12th is going to be the playoffs. We're going to be casting that live here on the channel. Group stage is via replays. Playoffs will be live. Oh boy. So we'll be able to cover a lot of these players, cover players like Tavo, Vortex, Ryojin, Mute, Cham, Zion, Zakedon, Special. Gonna be amazing, gonna be beautiful. So do tune in to the rest of the HSL. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, a bit of a longer broadcast here this morning. As a reminder, when it comes to our weekly schedule, we do not have a broadcast this evening. We usually have half a day off a week. Wednesday was a little bit smudged though. If you can see our schedule, Wednesday we were supposed to be casting both in the morning and the evening, but there were some things that were out of our control that did stop us from streaming. Again, I was just having a lot of latency and a lot of internet issues Wednesday, and because of that I just wasn't able to cast the Rex March Madness. That is going to be tomorrow though. As you can see, tomorrow we're going to be live Saturday morning with some host open, and Saturday evening with the Rex March Madness. Now, just to be transparent, the Rex March Madness, it is 4 players. It is, if I recall correctly, Clem, Zaun, Shin, and Hero, if I recall correctly. Those 4 players that are going to be facing off in the Rex March Madness. They're going to be facing off. They're going to be competing. Sorry, not Zaun. Max. That's it. Max, Clem, Hero, and Shin. That's it. 4 players. 4 players in the Rex March Madness. They did play live on Wednesday evening, as I was mentioning. We were supposed to be casting it live on Wednesday evening, but we couldn't because of our internet. So that is going to be a replay cast Saturday evening instead. So we're going to be jumping into that on Saturday. Likewise, we have StarCraft Evolution on Sunday. We have Sparkling Tuna Cup, Host Open, and much more to come. So as always, we're live multiple times a day, every single day, except for Friday, where we do have half a day off. This evening, going to be streaming and playing some Final Fantasy. I would like to ladder stream as well, but for now, I'm going to go get some breakfast. I'm starving. It is 3 p.m. Gonna go get some food, gonna go get some breakfast. Otherwise, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you all had a great time. Hope you all had a great evening. Yo, Avex in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? I'll see you tomorrow for some StarCraft Evolution. True. What are we casting on Sunday, I meant to say. I believe, is that Code A? Hold on, StarCraft Evolution. Yes. On Sunday, that's going to be StarCraft Evolution League Code A. I know that Code A was casted live last week. We were casting another event. That is going to be a Code A replay cast. So I'm curious. I'm excited to see how Code A played out. Breakfast at 3 p.m. A gamer's meal. True. Aye. But I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, if you want to tune into some more StarCraft, we got you covered. Plenty of content on a daily basis. Check out our YouTube. YouTube is the place to be. As we do upload on every single day. Every single day we have uploads on YouTube, so plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Otherwise, we're gonna head off. SEL always happens at a horrible time for me in California, so I'm a VOD watcher for those. Fair enough. I think 9 a.m. KST is an okay time. That's earlier than right now. So there's SEL there, but that's a replay cast if you're interested. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We're gonna head off. I'm gonna go get some food. Very hungry at the moment. So go get some food, and I'll see you later tonight for some Final Fantasy. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow for some Host Open and for some Rex March Madness. Otherwise, thank you for watching. A shout out to all those working behind the scenes at the HSL. Shout out to Bond, Protosito, Enki, the Novak as well, and everyone else. A lot of content creators have worked hard to put together the Hispanic Star League, and it's looking good, looking beautiful. I look forward to the playoffs. Look forward to it. Congratulations to Tavito. Congratulations, as he did play well. Join my Discord for EVA stuff. Sure. I think we're both in the SEL Discord server. I'm there. In the StarCraft Evolution League Discord. But otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys next time for some more StarCraft action. See you next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.